What is up, everybody? I am the artisan MC. I am back home. Your hero has made it back to his abode. Made it back here late last night, about 11 o'clock, and then I was still up till about midnight. Let this thing go full screen. Why are you acting stupid? Don't be stupid. I hate it when they're dumb. Oh, let's try it this way. Let's go this way. There you go. There you go. Full screen. Small screen is for doing Patreon. I almost got the hang of all this StreamYard additions that they've added, the scenes and stuff like that, which I actually like some of that. I still don't know how to do the webinar, which will make it easier to do the watch alongs with you guys, but whatever. I'll get it done a lot quicker without you. So, good morning, you guys. Like I said, I am back home. I'm in the art studio, the artisan studio, or the workshop, whatever you want to call it. I have some coffee, which I have not had in about 2 weeks. I had like partial cup of coffee last week, but before then, I wasn't having any coffee. I wasn't. So back here, it's a little moisture in the air. I want that coffee to wake up. I do. So thank you guys for coming through today. Please support the stream. I do appreciate that. I am not the biggest YouTuber, but I should be your favorite. And yeah, I'm back. I'm glad to be back with you. Trust stop teasing talking about moisture. Like, yeah, moisture. Gotta be tight and moist. This is why I haven't been drinking coffee, because I still got a little bit of a cold. And the dryness of New Mexico helped clear some of that stuff out. So it's just phlegm now. But the windiness of New Mexico did not help, because that motherfucker just blows dust everywhere. Now, the only person I would think may be dead set, but I'm for sure Charles understand what the hell that's like to be in some sandy ass country and it's just blowing like a blast furnace and sand is just every fucking where. I agree with Anakin Skywalker. The sand gets everywhere. This sucks. Fuck this planet. Fuck this planet. I need a dust mask on to leave the house, for real. It was too windy. Felt like I was fucking Gara from Naruto. Like I'm just using my sand chakra. I was at the place hidden in the sand. Like, Jesus. That was fun, but irritating at the same time. Fuck, the sand will cut you like little. Yeah, dude, it is. It's not so much the cutting you part that bothers me. The part that bothered me, Charles, is that you're breathing it in the whole time. So a lot of the people, the residents, I was going into their house and they're talking about stuff, and that a lot of the people that were there didn't, when they came there, they didn't have respiratory issues. And then when they leave with respiratory issues. I'm like, because you're out here breathing fucking sand every day. What are you talking about? For 2 to 5 years? Yeah, you're going to have some respiratory issues. You need to leave the house with a mask on. Because for me, I felt it like right here. Like it's just like a ball of dirt. Like, yuck, I can't even get to that. Like, thank you, Rosie. Look, first sub. Excuse me. The women in the audience don't get aroused by my tongue flapping. I broke the other half of my tooth that I have to go to the dentist for. So I am not articulating correctly. But Rosie is the first contributor to the stream. Thank you, Dr. Rosie. I will give you, let's see what I want to give you. Give you something that everybody else can see. Let's give you that red man. Appreciate it.
Oh, yo, I'm doing all right. Yes, sir. I get an attitude when my money ain't right. The team don't want to see me rich. I bet they all back down when they hear the click. Oh, yo.
Excuse me. I like my kids. I really do like them. So much. Interesting thought. There. Now let me do my work. All right. Let's do some work. All right. So appreciate you, Dr. Rosie, for supporting the stream. That was a number one. So yeah, the dust I didn't appreciate too much, but it is what the hell it is. That's the situation. I just tried to limit my exposure to just not breathing outside, but when it was dusty. Let's keep the windows up in the car. Charles said you would develop allergies and respiratory issues if you're in those environments long enough. Exactly. Look, I would expect if I lived in water long enough that I would develop fucking gills or slimy skin. It's just part of your adaptation to the environment that you're in, or the downside to the environment that you're in. That's just what it is. Like, one of the guys that was with me there was from North Dakota, and he was talking about how cold it gets, but some of the people how you can recognize the locals, it'll get 20 degrees, above zero, whatever, and they'll be out there in shorts and flip-flops. Why? Because they're totally adjusted to their environment. Your body does that naturally. You just need time in the environment to adjust. There's also some downsides. Namely, in a windy, dusty environment, respiratory issues. But coming from California, where I'm from, where everything is kind of moist and is water moisture, the allergies and stuff you have when you go to a dry environment, it goes away. Goes away. Because all that moisture is sucked out of you. Now, I can say, coming from North Bay, or the East Bay of San Francisco, the air in New Mexico smells clean. Very fucking clean. It's something different to take a big, deep breath and have it feel good, and not to feel like you're sucking air through a straw. The Bay Area is beautiful. The bad part is there's a lot of refineries here, and they lose a lot of shit in the air. So the air here can be muggy at times. And when I got off the plane in Sacramento, that's what I felt. I felt the heaviness in the air when I was breathing. It's muggy today. Because that's how it felt. It felt fucking muggy. Like you're breathing in syrup. So if it wasn't so late and I wasn't so tired, I would have drove directly to the beach, because that's something you can't see in New Mexico. I would have drove directly to the beach and looked at the ocean and feel that ocean breeze, because that's what I'm used to. That's my happy place, to feel air blowing through to feel moisture in the air when the wind blows, and not just heat or not just wind, but moisture, water droplets. I didn't feel any of that. So half-assed like I was on Arrakis, the other half like it's just in a flat, windy place. And how they describe, the locals there describe the terrain to me, is that part of New Mexico, Clovis, is on a plateau of such. And all the wind comes up from one state and just flows right down that one. So it's just flat. And the wind just whips straight through there. They don't have no trees, nothing. Everything is just blown straight through. It's like, I can see that. That's what makes it worse than the place where I work. Is at least we have trees, some trees around the perimeters, so it blocks some of that, like a baffle. But otherwise, no, no. I remember somebody was telling me about that. I think it was my other Tiger Team buddy Lucas was talking about. He is in Wichita Falls, Texas, and you'll see different farms where they'll build L-shaped tree lines, and they'll just be out of the blue, just an L-shaped tree line. And what the tree line is for is to stop the wind from blowing through there because they can get tornadoes or something. Right? That's what it's for. It's a windbreak for the house. It's like that makes sense to me coming from a place where you have ocean because you make wave breaks if you're trying to have a community where it's hella surf, where the surf is really rough. You'll make a break. Like I said, Arson, how was your Bucky's visit pickup? What you mean? What the fuck you mean? You can't see my shirt? This was one of my Bucky's trip pickups. This is one of those pickups. Nice little number. Nice little number here. This was my pickup from one of my older trips when I was in Georgia. Told you, man, I bucked out. And for you, Malika, when I got home yesterday, it was like 10 o'clock. All right. It was late. Got my luggage and stuff. Unpacked my refrigerator magnets. Threw them on the fridge. So now I got my refrigerator magnets from Lubbock, Roswell, Amarillo, and Clovis, sort of. I didn't get one from Clovis. Bottomless Lakes, put my refrigerator magnets up. It's a good, cheap souvenir from wherever you go, wherever you travel. You can always grab a refrigerator magnet. It will usually have the place on it. And then when you get back home, you slap them motherfuckers on the refrigerator, and then you have like a postcard from everywhere that you went. My mother, my grandmother, world travelers. That was what they picked up from traveling. It's an easy gift to get, an easy souvenir to get, and it doesn't take up a lot of space in your luggage. Especially, you should be witness to that from people who buy a lot of shit. Mother and grandmother buy a lot of shit. They went to Africa. They had to ship stuff back because they bought so much shit. They had to have a whole nother bag, and then they had to ship some stuff back. But that's how you travel when you don't think you're going to be back there anytime soon. You pick up little mementos. Beastly got on Bucky's membership card. I didn't get no membership card from Bucky's. I did get an alien ID from Roswell that says California, and it's an alien on it, which I thought was hilarious for me. Where's my shit? There we go. There you go. You see that? Come on, camera, focus. I have to turn the fucking light off. Hey. There we go. California UFO ID license. I thought it would Al Ian. Yeah. I thought it'd be funny since, we have a illegal problem in California. Don't let Gavin Newsom tell you any differently. And I went to Roswell. I thought it was a UFO license with an alien on it. I thought it was funny. A good double entendre. So, yeah, that's something that will sit on my workstation now that I can look at and be entertained by. So like I was telling Malika, so I got home at 10 o'clock last night, Malika. Unpacked my refrigerator magnets, didn't unpack my bag, just took all my souvenirs out and put the shit where it needed to go. And the other thing that made the trip with me, aside from the beaver nuggets, Beastly, I do got a bag of beaver nuggets sitting on top of my refrigerator that will get torn into tomorrow when I sit down for rivals. I'm fucking them beaver nuggets up. I'm fucking them up. They know. It's like somebody you want to whoop their ass and you got the gloves on and you about to do your MMA training. Like, nah, we about to spar. Like, oh, I'm about to fuck him up. I'm about to fuck him up. The beaver nuggets getting it. The beaver nuggets is getting it tomorrow. Last night, Malika, what made the trip with me all the way from I'm not seeing your comments on the stage. There you go. What made the trip with me all the way from Amarillo is that I got one of those brisket sandwiches, them double XL sandwiches. Beastly know what I'm talking about. And I got off the stream with you guys. I walked into Buc-ee's and I went ham, right? And y'all saw how late it was. It was busy still in that motherfucker. I got me some coffee. I got me some sous and I went past the board. I almost wanted to videotape it for you, but I didn't want to look too much like a tourist, like I've been there before, right? But they had just finished doing that brisket, and they were just sliding them sandwiches out there into the pass, and I'm like, yes. And I reached in the back and got one of them fresh hot ones. Oh, rang that bitch up, put it in the bag. I didn't eat it. Didn't eat it. Wrapped that motherfucker up tight in the plastic. It was already wrapped tight in the foil paper, right? Wrapped it up in that plastic bag and went back to the hotel. 2-hour drive to the hotel. When I got back to the hotel, it was like 11 something. I packed all my shit up, got my stuff situated and packed everything up, and that went in my carry-on bag. I carried that motherfucker all day yesterday till I got home because I wasn't eating that bitch till I got back home. So 10 o'clock last night, about 11 o'clock last night, I had that sandwich. And my intent was to throw it in the microwave. I went into the kitchen, I got the plate, I started opening that shit up, and I could still smell it. That brisket was good. Like, oh my God. I'm like, And I took a bite of that shit. It was ruined, man. It was ruined after that. Me and that brisket sandwich went round for round, bro. And it lost. I ate that motherfucker cold. It still was good. God damn, like, how do you make food like that? Why don't they do that in Cali? That motherfucker was still good. 11 o'clock at night, cold from the night before. That motherfucker was still good. First thing that hit me was the barbecue sauce. That motherfucker smelled like it just still came off. Like, damn, this shit still smell good. Wait a minute. Oh my God. Shouldn't have did that. I should have threw it right in the microwave. Should have threw it right in the microwave. That motherfucker did not make it, bro. He did not make it. He did not make it. He went down, standing there at the stove in front of the microwave. Bruh. That motherfucker was delicious. That was the first time I looked at the price on the shit because it was on the label. When I opened it up, it said $13.99. I said, oh, damn, this one seems like it might have been expensive. $14? Shit, that was worth $14, man. That shit was packed on there. Packed. Even the edges of that brisket was good. I was like, ooh, shit. I might not be able to have one hot and ready right then. I probably couldn't. I probably have an orgasm in the Buc-ee's if I have one right then when it's hot. That shit was delicious. And I was trying to see if it was just because I waited so long to have it or it was so late, because that was like 15 hours of traveling. I did the list for how long I was traveling that day. And my morning started at like 6. And I went to sleep, told y'all, like 2. So it was a long fucking day for me across time zones. And it started with a damn near 2-hour drive to the airport. It was a long day. And I had eaten. When I got to Dallas Fort Worth, I went to Mangione's. I went and had me some fettuccine bouillabaisse, whatever the fuck. I had me some Italian food. I've been wanting some good pasta the whole time I had been in Clovis, and Applebee's and Chili's did me dirty. Applebee's is really the one that did me dirty. You know, fucking excuse me. Chili's was the one who did me dirty with my pasta, my fettuccine and chicken, man. You fucked up. I don't know how you make fettuccine and chicken and shrimp salty as fuck, where the only thing that was edible was the steamed broccoli in the drink I had. Like, I don't want this shit. Get the fuck out of here. But I'd already eaten. I should have been full and good. Made it through my flight. Made it to the Uber. Made it back to the toaster oven. Got in the toaster oven. It felt like being back in some good pussy. It did. I was driving another car for 2 weeks that I actually liked. It was like the bigger sister to my car. But when I got back to my car, that shit it felt like we were one. Like the Avatar, we are one, Jake Sully. We are joined. Like, man, it felt right. I was riding that bitch, speeding on the freeway. I said, oh, this feels good. This feels really good. But I shouldn't have been hungry. I wasn't really hungry, but I smelled that barbecue sauce on that damn sandwich. I said I was going to eat it when I got home. Brought that bitch all the way back from Amarillo, Texas to Vallejo, California, and opened that bitch up, and that barbecue sauce hit me, and it was over. Over. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, Malika, it is discipline for yes. I have discipline sometimes. I do. I choose when to have discipline. That's all it is. The only control you ever have is over yourself. If you have no control over yourself, then you don't know what control is. So I was controlling myself. I knew what I wanted to do. And that's usually what sets it in my head. If I know what I want to do, I will do just that. Like the reason I was up after a work day driving 2 hours one way and 2 hours back the other way, a 4-hour trip to go to Buc-ee's in Amarillo, Texas to get a brisket sandwich and some beaver nuggets. Come on, man. I said I was going to do that shit. I'm doing it without you, solo if I must. Company is fine, but I won't need you to do this shit. I will get it done. And when I got that shit, it was the same thing. I'm going to eat this on the way. I'm going to eat this at home. I'm going to eat this at home because I can't have this experience with this thing at home because we ain't got them here. So it made the trip with me. It commuted with me all the way back to Cali to be devoured in my fucking kitchen. That shit was good. That shit was good. I need to learn how to make some brisket like that. Because that shit was delicious. And the $14 was worth it. It was worth it. Like, that Buc-ee's was lucky that I got there so late in the evening. And I had to drive later in the evening back. Because if not, I would have got more shit. I would have got some of that fudge I was telling y'all about. I would have got some of that ice cream that was there. But because it was late, I got some coffee. I got some fruit. Tried to be health conscious on the way back so I wouldn't be, food comatose on a dark road. No, I tried to play it smart. But that shit was delicious. Pizza said it's different. Fresh brisket hits different. Man, it did hit all kinds of different. No matter how it hit, nigga. I hit harder. It went down. That shit went down. Down goes brisket. Down goes brisket. No, I won't make it to the car if I start eating wild. Yeah, if I'm eating it, it's not making it to the car, bro. You gotta stop. You gotta stop and like, oh, baby. Like, you gotta stop and enjoy that. You cannot multitask when you eating one of those, man. That is not a multitasking sandwich. It is not. That is not a multitasking sandwich, boy. Look, I'm good for not talking when I eat. That's how you usually know it's actually really good because I'm not talking at all. I'm in the business. That sandwich, you got to stop what you're doing. If you was walking and took a bite, you would have to stop. Like, Get out the road. Wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. Let me get all of this in my mouth. Reminds me of that sandwich shop that closed last year after 85 years of business. I'm going to miss them damn sandwiches. Yeah, see, shit like that. Shit like that make me hate their kids. That's all it is. It makes me hate their kids. You ungrateful little bastards. Somebody built something that has been an establishment for 85 fucking years. That's like through the Depression and shit, right? You can't make it rock for 15 more years to get to 100. The fucking comic shop had been open for damn near 35, 40 years. I wanted to get it to at least 50. Kids don't want to keep it up. Don't do the same shit. And it has to actually close. See, everything closes. That's what I had to get to with the comic shop. Everything closes eventually. It's just what it is, motherfuckers. You either don't support it, or the person who was the driving force and had the passion for it drops dead. Either way, it's going away. Sooner or later, it's going to go. But yeah, a good spot like that, 85 years, man, y'all got it. That's an institution. That's a historical landmark at that point. Y'all got the city got to step in and keep it open or something. Like Malika, I watched the first episode of Cross season 2 on the plane because I kept waking up. I couldn't sleep. So I watched the first episode. And in the first episode, he talks about his chili spot that they go to, Ben's chili spot or whatever. And I'm looking at, they showed the establishing shot of the outside, and I'm like, that is an institution right there. And that is something that people in, I guess, DC or whatever would know, because it's a real place. Right? The character is rooted in the real world. I was like, that's actually kind of cool. Everybody knows this place. It's still open. What keeps something like that open? It might have been a hole in a wall when it started. It's still the same hole in the wall, but it has some of the best food in the city and everybody knows it. You need shit like that. And that kind of thing makes you love coming back to a place. Right? A line from a movie I love, The 100-Foot Journey, is that food is memories. Right? Food is memories. Because you can remember that delicious ass fun Thanksgiving dinner you had. You can remember it. You probably remember the year. Or that good ass food you had in one spot, like, oh my God, they make it like this? Or remembering, I drove 2 hours to get a brisket sandwich from Buc-ee's, and that shit was delicious. Oh, I got something to show y'all too. One second. Now, like I told you guys about the refrigerator magnet thing, is a good souvenir to get whenever you travel, right? It's a good, cheap souvenir to get. Well, when I was in Buc-ee's looking for my refrigerator magnet, I had said that I was going to get one because they make them over and over again, right? It has the Buc-ee's beaver on it, and then it has the city where the store is on it, right? They're the same. Some uniformity, but some difference because it has different names. So I was looking for that one. I didn't see that one on the magnet rack, but I did see this one, and I knew I had to get this one. Risk it for the brisket. Amarillo, Texas. And driving a 4-hour round trip, a 4-hour and 8-minute round trip for a brisket sandwich and some shitty corn puffs. Yeah, I did risk it for the brisket. That's exactly what I did. So I'm like, yep, That's mine. Give me that. That's coming with me. That's going right on my refrigerator. So this is a a reminder of the memory of taking that trip, driving through New Mexico into Texas in the middle of the night to get a fucking brisket sandwich solo. Solo. And I dated it just in case I get, you know, amnesia at one point in my life. But that was the good look. I told you, they advertising to be on point. They know what the hell they doing, man. This is smart advertising. Risk it for the brisket. If you saw that on a billboard, you know you would pull over. Risk it for brisket, 5 miles. All right, god damn it, Buc-ee's. All right, here we go. This is the exit. Which one? 78? Yeah, here I am. That's good advertising, man. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. So fond memory made. And a good reminder of it that I risked it for the brisket. So not only did I have a good drive and a good little stream with you guys, the damn sandwich was fire. A day later, in a whole nother state, cold. If that's not an advertisement for the motherfucking people, I don't know what is. Like, god damn, can I get some sponsorship from Buc-ee's? Like, I'm not even in Texas, motherfucker, but god damn. You want me to get out there and beat the drum for Buc-ee's? You give me some discounts, I'd do it. You need to start shipping that shit. Tell me where I can get some of that stuff shipped to me. Because I will get it shipped. I'll get that shit in a big box dropped off at my house. Like them food services and shit, the meal prep services and stuff. Hello Fresh. It ain't gotta be Hello Fresh. It could be Hello Buc-ee's. Dropped off at my house. I need some beaver nuggets. I need some of these brisket sandwiches. I need some of this every month. Artisan in that show, that Z Chili spot is so important. The owners and the servers know Crosses and his partners. Yeah. But see, that's what comes from having an established place and the place respecting their regulars. Anywhere I go regularly, I usually order the same stuff. Now, if I was the type of person to always introduce myself or be more forceful with letting people know my name, that's what they would get from me too. From the understanding the cross and the characters, they've been coming there since they was kids. And now they're older, respected detectives in the police department for that same city that they grew up in. Yeah, they fucking know them. Because it's not a chain, it's a mom and pop spot that knows them and cares about their regular customers. Herb can tell you this because Herb knows. From being a customer at the shop to being the last owner of the shop, did I not know all the customers that came in that shop and refer to them by name, know shit about their family and their kids, and ask them about their lives and stuff like that? That's the difference between having a chain business, in a sense, and having a mom and pop or single owner business. You have to know your customers. You do. I do the same thing with y'all when you come in here. Every one of y'all in this chat, I know something about that I can talk to you about. Every one of you. So no, it's not 2 million people on the stream. It's not. But the ones that are here, I know who the fuck you are. Pay attention to who you are, what you like, what you dislike, or whatever. I can tell you right now something I learned recently. Toya like plain Lay's chips, but she can skew on honey barbecue. How did I get that? Because I watched one of her streams when she was on there throwing that shit out, and I just record information in my head. Like, oh no, mental note. She like Lay's chips. It's just what it is. Fucking Rosie in here. I know Rosie can't fish for shit. I know Rosie cannot fish for shit. You know how she fishes, y'all? All the guys in here get ready to laugh. This motherfucker goes fishing and does not put the hook through the worm. The worm is just sitting on the fucking hook. I'm like, how the fuck does that work? As soon as you cast it, the worm is flying off of that bitch. That's not fish. The fish is not gonna bite this bare ass hook just sitting there like, this is what you got for me? Like, where's the food, man? You just want me to bite this hook? No. I know shit. Well, see, she's talking about she going to fish with her boys. Yeah. Stab the worm, okay? It's okay. Stab the fucking worm. Stab the worm. I was like, that's not fishing, dude. Like, you're doing it wrong. You're fucking doing it wrong. Stab this bitch. Then you can throw them on the hook into the water and try to catch the fish with it. But you got to bait the hook a little bit. Like, come on, man. That's some women shit. You're not even going to bait the hook. Motherfucker just sitting on the hook like a swing. You just go fall off. Look, either stab him and kill the worm or let him fall off the hook and drown. That's the only option. He dying either way. It's fucking crazy, bro. Crazy. Rainforest said it was the granddaughter. She grew up working in there, but didn't like it. She got on American Idol. It was too good for the restaurant. Of course, the music career tanked after the show. Of course. And now the family business is gone too. See, that's the tough part about having anything like that. Later generations do not care about it like you do. There was, in my city, Richmond, there's a Chinese food place that had been open forever. My whole life, that damn place had been open, right? Knew the original owners, their kids, saw their kids in there working in the place, doing their homework, going to college, all the rest of that shit. That thing eventually closed. Why? The kids didn't keep it up. They closed. The last time I passed by there in Richmond, I think it was a Mexican church or some shit like that. It's like, man, what they do to the... Oh, fuck. That's heartbreaking to me. I don't give a shit about no Mexican church. There's one across the street. That Chinese food place, though, Herb on McDonald, I think it was Golden Palace or whatever. Man, that was some good food. They didn't use a hell of a lot of MSG and none of that shit. That was some good ass food. Gone. Yeah, there goes her income. You know, the property tax on that place wasn't shit. It had been open for too long. And if you were actually a smart person, the restaurant would have gotten more clientele with you being on American Idol and trying to have a singing career than just your bum ass out there trying to hold yourself on American Idol and a music career that tanked. You would have something to fall back on. Oh, this is so-and-so's restaurant. Dummy. All the time and effort your grandfather put into that business his whole life, probably raised your mother and shit on, mother or father on, you let go away. Because you need to be liked by everybody. That's probably why your career tanked. You know why? Because people see that and understand that you have no loyalty and no respect. So why should you have a career? Shout out to her for supporting the stream. Appreciate you, Herb. One up, Rosie Bides. 1 cent. Facts. I ordered the same breakfast sandwich so much at my spot, they named the order type after me. That's how you get it. Look, nations across the street from the shop, they know my order. They know what time I would call on a Saturday, all of that shit. If I call right before 11 and I order my 2 eggs. I need my 2 over medium eggs, French toast or whatever. And that's Antonio? Yes, Antonio. Okay, it'll be ready for you 15 minutes. They know. All of them. They already know. Yes, Antonio, you want this? You want the 2 eggs and French toast? Yep, and the coffee, yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll be there. Okay, it's ready. They know, nigga. And I do that purposely, especially spots that are good. I do that purposely to build that rapport with them. I'm going to keep coming back because this shit is good. And I will be back probably around the same time on the same day. The places that remember me like that are the ones that keep getting my business. The places that pay no mind to me, I hate making French toast. Fuck you, then I won't come back. Very simple. I'm big on loyalty. I give it, I expect it. I don't appreciate people who don't have it. There's no reason to. Mm-mm. And customer loyalty is built on your interactions with damn customers. You appreciate me like that? You ain't had to suck my dick or nothing. Dude, I'll show up. I will show up regularly. Faithful. May the fishing gods forgive her for her sins. Dang, she gets some artificial worms and some stink bait to squeeze on them if you don't want to hurt the bugs, please. What did she say? She said, stop. She said, stop. Look, it's just funny. Kill the worm. It's okay. It's okay. Even God will give you a pass on that one, okay? You can kill the worm to feed a bigger creature. It's fine. Look, you either help the food chain by stabbing it with the hook so the fish can eat it, and then you eat the fish, or you let it drop into the water and drown, maybe to be eaten later by a catfish or some shit that finds it laying on the bottom after it has already pondered its life and like, why do I have to drown like this? I wish it was over quickly. Come on, man. Come on, Rose. Come on. Help it out. We call the pure hubris of letting that happen. Yeah, it is hubris. It is hubris, letting the family business go like that. Anything that I recognize that family has started, because I did it in my family. I tried to start traditions. I tried to start traditions that would go forward in time. Anybody who actually starts a family tradition, a business, a company, or anything like that, and they've been able to keep that shit going their entire life, they've made their sacrifices or whatever for their entire life, and now it is passed off to the children or the grandchildren to take over, and they let that shit go to waste. Like I said, I end up hating those kids because you didn't respect the sacrifices of the person who pushed forward. But I also understand that desire, that passion to do that thing does not always translate to the next generation. I love comic books. My children were raised as geeks. I can't say that they love comic books. So when I drop dead, where are all my comic books going? Are they going to them? What are they going to do with them? They'll probably just fucking sell them. Why? Because they don't have the same attachment to them that I do. They don't. I can try to instill that in them or share with them what it meant for me to buy them at this time, to read these stories, why I kept them so long. But it is not their journey. So when my journey ends, they may not pick up the mantle to carry that forward. They may not. It may not matter to them like that. And the only reason I can say that is, as much as both of my kids were raised in a comic book store, I don't hear about them going to comic book stores on their own. I don't. I know my son picked up the anime. He is deeply invested in anime. Cool. I got him started. He's invested in that shit. Invested in video games. That's part of the culture. Not that big of a deal. My daughter, though, no. Maybe the movie side, but not comics so much. But she does pick up more of the carpenter side of me because she wants to build stuff. So you can't really pick what the kids pick up on and what they will carry forward. But I know some of that stuff will not carry forward. It won't. It'll go with me or live on in some of y'all. Me passing it off to you. That's it. So that's the sad part about some of this shit. As much love as I poured into this medium, once I go, it will be gone. It may not pass forward. Just is what it is. These new generations don't respect and care about keeping and creating family legacy. You know why that is, Malika? Because this generation and the one right behind it were taught that generational stuff is bad. Generational pass downs or wealth or anything like that is supposed to be destroyed for the people. And the other part is you're supposed to burn down and throw away history. That's patriarchy. It must die. Kill it if you have to. So, with that mentality pumped into your child, you cannot leave your child anything. And if you are able to, your child will not carry it forward. Because they're not supposed to want any of your old shit. They're supposed to start over again from zero. Like that makes some kind of fucking sense. Instead of building on what was already established. If you followed that mentality, you wouldn't have any of the companies you have right now, really. It works for tech companies, but they started somewhere. People chewing the worm mummified in tequila like they're dummies. It's not that serious. I don't know what that was. The worm. So, what was the other point to this? Made it back. The sandwich was good. And I look forward to doing this stream. Come back here. And what was the other thing that was nice? The other thing that was nice was coming back home and having a check for a couple $100 in my apartment from the sale of the toaster. So the toaster is gone, It was gone. I sold it before I left, and they eventually came to pick it up while I was gone. And my landlord was nice enough to let them put this check inside of my apartment because they're working on my neighbor's spot. And so I came home to money, which is nice. Which is nice. I don't know if I already got paid, but I also came home to a check with some money on it in my name. So I can go throw that in the bank and sit on that. That's the toaster money. I did have a complaint in with the company about how they dropped the price that I was supposed to get by like $400 because the battery was dead. I'm like, shit, the battery ain't dead because of me. It's dead because you motherfuckers can't stick to a schedule and picking up a vehicle. Battery wasn't dead when I drove it. But sitting for 4 fucking days not being driven, I'm probably sure the battery is dead. But I know a new battery don't cost no $400 goddamn dollars. Assholes. So I took what was given and just made my little, complaint. and they're still going over it. They sent me a response to it that they got it and they passed it up to their team to see whatever, but it is like a bait and switch at that point because a dead battery don't cost but $100. And if you did what the fuck I told you, which was all you got to do is give it a jump and it's fine, you would have saw all the points that they listed. Oh, the battery was dead and we couldn't verify the mileage. If you gave it a jump, you would verify the mileage and the car would start. That's not a $400 loss, dickhead. But everything else is exactly as I told you. So work it the fuck out. Work it the fuck out. Yeah, RIP to the toaster. Yeah, Malika, RIP to the toaster, man. I didn't even get to see her go. But she got pulled away when I wasn't even in the state. Just the way it was. But the last video I have of riding in the toaster is with the top down, driving through the V and enjoying her with the top down. And that's when that motherfucker died. Right after that video. Legitimately, right after that video. I put that video up on Instagram. That was the last ride of the toaster. Because right after I stopped that video and pulled into that parking lot, that motherfucker died on me. Battery died. So, when I finally got it started that day and driven back to my apartment so they can pick it up, it died again. That was the last drive. That day was the last ride of the toaster. And at that point, I was done. I was done. It was the relationship was over. It was. Because it sat out there Saturday with the top open, stuck open, because there's no power in the car for like 4 or 5 hours. It was a pain in the ass day. It was stressful. And it just told me that, well, I've had a good time with her and loved her. She is getting old, and this is the time. It is time to go. It's over. Excuse me. All right. Let me see that. So, yeah, it is what it is. I didn't get to see her go, but I did have my last drive with the top down. So, she is now gone. And if I see her driving around town somewhere, it's just that somebody else decided to spend the money to get her fixed up, because the car is a collector's item at this point, because they don't make that model like that anymore. They don't. They make them all electric now. And the electrical ones aren't convertibles. So it'll be somebody's collector item. Good, fuel efficient car. And toast we trust until she breaks down and ready for that junkyard in the sky. She was a good car, man. I told you that car had 186,000 miles on it. And I got that car when it had, I want to say like 4,000 miles or something like that. I put all the miles on that car. I drove that motherfucker everywhere. It was a fun drive. That was one of my favorite cars I've ever had. My favorite vehicles I've ever had. And from seeing it the first time, I'm like, man, what the fuck? I came here for an Acura. This motherfucker pulling this shit out. I'm like, no, but just take a test drive and see what you think of it. All right, man. But this ain't what I came here looking for. I was looking for an Acura. Got in that bitch. Figured out that top was a convertible. I was in love. I had so much fun driving that damn car. So much fun. I drove it from, if you're looking on a map, I've driven that car from way up in Jenner, California, all the way down to the furthest being LA, further down in LA somewhere. Damn near San Diego. I've driven that car all over the place. I never drove it to Vegas, though. I never drove it to Vegas, but I've driven that motherfucker all over California. Love the hell out of that car. Had so much fun driving that car. That was absolutely a fun vehicle, the best vehicle I've had. And if it could have been fixed, if it would have been financially feasible to fix it, I would have fixed it and still kept it. I would have. But I don't have time to be dealing with, dying cars and something sucking out the battery. I'm not a gearhead like that. Things need to work. They need to be repaired pretty quickly. And if it can't, then I have to do something new, because having two vehicles is better than one, but I can't have one vehicle that's not reliable. Can't. And I'm not the guy that's going to be working on cars on the weekend. It's not what I do. Sorry. Come on, do what the fuck you're supposed to be doing. Oh my God, dude. Oh, they did it 5 fucking times because I can't see it. Excuse me. There we go. Gordon Ramsay making a pork chop. All right, so what did he say? Cue to Fast and Furious. Should you again music? Yeah, I would. There's two things that I have bought and loved like that, where I would look for them again, because I have like serial numbers on them to find them. One is the toaster, because I still have the VIN number. The other one is my Walther P99 that I bought. If you don't know, the Walther P99 was the upgrade from James Bond's typical PPK, Walther PPK. The new age upgrade, 99 2000, was the 99. Mine was 40 caliber. And it was the last one that Walther made before, I think it was Smith & Wesson bought them. Well, times were tough at one point, and I sold that gun. Took it to a gun shop and sold it, to pay my bills and shit. This was like after divorce and shit. And I love that fucking gun. I had a 22 that looked just like it, the P22. So I had the 22 and the 99. I knew the 22 would be around again to buy, but that 99, I love that fucking gun. Love that gun. So I still have the serial numbers on it, so I could find it to see who bought it. Because I figured later in life, I'd want that bitch back. I can go offer them some money to buy it back. They'll sell it to me again. It's two things. Just really felt right. Had a love for those things. So the toaster and the blicky is gone. Toaster, trust. Yeah. So anyway. So that was a little bit of the trip stuff. I will share with you guys something I haven't even told my mother yet. About the trip. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Yeah, I shouldn't do that. I'll tell you some other things. So I think I mentioned it on the stream, but Friday was the last day that I did work orders. It's the last day I do work orders. That I am now no longer strictly a tech. I am not. So when I go back to work, I've taken off tomorrow because I would like 2 days of rest. 1 day of rest at the very least, because I had to wake up early to do this. But not going to work Monday. I will go back to work on Tuesday. And when I go back to work on Tuesday, it will be announced to the rest of the team that I am their new QC, which means I don't have to do any work orders, and I do not have to do any on-call. Even though I still wanted to do some on-call, they're not going to let me do any on-call. It's a weird thing with you can't inspect your own work, and they can't square that in their mind to understand how that works, being that as I proposed to them, if I ran across something that needed an inspection, just have one of the managers do it. No work orders. So no on-call. And I think the other part of it is that they did the math on what my on-call would be, and that's breaking the goddamn budget. So that's why there's a step back and like, let's revisit this after 6 months to a year when the next reviews come up, because a year after this point will be time for increase. It'll be time for another raise. So technically I've gotten 2 in the span of 2 months. So they got to square that circle some kind of way. Fine. 3 to 6 months to do the job, and we'll see how it works out. And within a year's time, everything going the way I would like it to, we will be talking about the next bump. So I'm interested to see how that goes down, and kind of get my head around the idea that I now have free weekends and evenings. I might actually have to plan a whole, other side of life to do, where I don't have to have everything. An on-call stream. You don't have to have an on-call stream anymore. You could probably get more streams in a week now. That means I have to actually be entertaining. Ugh. I might be able to grow my fucking channel. That'd be interesting, right? After this many years, I might actually, get off the plateau and spike up a little bit if I apply myself, because I have that kind of time now. That could be a good thing. It could be a good thing. So we shall see, because there's some things that I'm starting to actually look forward to. Like I can plan a month or 2 out, what I want to do every weekend. Which I didn't do that before, because I would have to look at, the on-call schedule. Now, here's the thing. I like doing on-call because I like making on-call money and being there without supervision. I hate fucking supervision. That's basically what it is. I like doing my job without supervision. I don't need supervision. I don't need to be micromanaged. I'll call you if there's a big issue, but otherwise I'm not calling your fucking asses. Live your life. I'm doing mine. Um, I can say honestly, I don't like being interrupted in the middle of the night for dumb shit. I don't like having to go to dumbass calls with people who want to have attitudes with me when I'm taking time out of my day in my life to come take care of some silly ass shit you doing in your house. Running rice down a garbage disposal like it's just gonna something that absorbs water is just gonna flush through a pipe. You fucking morons. Cooking grease poured down the drain. Like I was saying, clogged up toilets. That can't be coming from our house. No, you have one clean out in front of your house. All this shit is actually yours. That stuff, yeah. The experiences where you get somebody's stuff working, fix something in their house, stop the leak, made their heater work, that's all cool to me, right? I enjoy that part. That is the part of making a difference in somebody else's life to where they get a different experience than they get from most other people. I enjoy that part of it and the autonomy. But now, nigga, when it hit Friday, if I want to just drink every day until Monday, I can. And I'm not saying that's what I do, but I can. Or I could disappear every weekend after Friday. I had a brand new vehicle that had 20 miles on it when I bought it. Nigga, I could hit the road every weekend, every Friday after work. 5 o'clock, I'm fucking gone. Every weekend. I ain't never got to be here. I can do a stream on Sunday every week from somewhere else in the world. That's a satisfying thought. That's a satisfying thought. Out of 52 weekends a year, where could I go and what could I do? Kevin had a thing he used to say about when he'd do his streams about being live from life. And I appreciated that because a lot of times I think, especially YouTubers, we get too locked in just staying in our fucking studios talking about life, but we don't actually see you out engaged in life. Like I was watching Toya's stream yesterday. What was she doing? She was out fucking grocery shopping. Just grocery shopping. And I'm fucking with her like it's Toya. So I can joke with her. Yeah, pick me up a box of Magnums. Funny shit. That's how I found out about the chips thing. Like, nah, honey barbecue, man. What the fuck you doing? Just a plain? Ugh. Whatever, man. Everybody got their own taste. Right? But that's shit to see that people actually live in the world. They talk about. Right? It's like getting dating advice from somebody that you don't see fucking dating. Or not having a fucking woman. So where's this information coming from? Geeks talking about comics and they don't read comics? Weird. The world you don't travel out in. So I always like that idea of being live from life because my thought process, especially when I first started doing streams and stuff like that regularly, was Angry Man and Kevin hit on this one thing, and I didn't think they took it further, which is that if you had a cell phone, you had the world in your hands. This could be your fucking studio. You can go anywhere and do anything with this thing. This is your money making idea. Well, yeah, it is. That means everything that you have to me was yes. That means you don't need to be sitting in one room every day. You can be mobile. You can do your stream anywhere on the planet. Anywhere. Anywhere with a cell phone signal. And if you're fucking with Elon, anywhere on the planet. You can live stream from anywhere. It don't have to just be right here. It can be anywhere. And you can walk around and show people where the fuck you are. Like, take Austin Holloman. Where is he streaming from this week? Where is he streaming from this week? What country? This is mobile technology. It's not meant to just be sitting somewhere. It's meant to be mobile. So if I want to do a stream from the beach, mitigating for the wind and people walking by gawking, I can do a stream from the beach. And you can see the live waves rolling in behind me while I talk to you about the same dumb shit I'm talking to you about right now. And it would be live from life. Boop, 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 boop. Congrats on the promotion. Malika said, congrats on the promotion again, big homie. Appreciate it, Malika. I do appreciate that. And I'll appreciate you guys' congrats more because I know when I go to work on Tuesday, it will not be a lot of those coming. I can probably pick to a person who's going to congratulate me, and everybody else going to be in sour-faced. And I'll be giddy on the inside, laughing like fucking Palpatine. And I'll say that again, laughing like Palpatine. Because fuck you. Because, yeah, go fuck yourself. Oh, and that one too. Eat shit. Why? Because I come and do my work. And I try to do it with some excellence. Be mad. You got all the right in the world to be mad. Your feelings is your domain. You can feel what you feel. And if mad is what you want to feel, congratulations, have at it. Like I said, it's well deserved. I think so. I put in a lot of work. I put in a lot of work for this company in the last 2 to 3 years. A lot of work, a lot of hours, a lot of time, a lot of giving up of my personal time to put in to try to help this team flourish. It should be paid forward in some kind of way. It should. So I don't feel like it's not deserving. I do feel it's deserving. I only quibble about the amount of what deserving should be. And people being pissed off, it's just people. Be mad. It's the same thing when I got the comic shop. Same people who was cool working with me was not cool when I owned the bitch. People are always going to be pissed off. It don't matter how much they know you or don't know you. It don't. Somebody's always going to be pissed off about you taking steps forward to do things they would never try to do, but being mad because you did it or you succeeded at doing it. I didn't need to blow 20K on a comic shop. I could still be traveling on 20K, but I did. And I got hate for that shit. Fuck you. Okay, congrats on. Yeah, that's what I'm getting to, Herb, is that I was fixing a garbage disposal while I was in Clovis, right, one of the residents' homes. And my knee was still hurting. And somehow I twisted my knee when I was on the flight to New Mexico. The first day I was there, it was hurting. The next day, it was fine. Did my scorpion, rejuvenation healing, and then it was fine the next day after I went to sleep. The last couple of days, it's been bothering me. I noticed that I cannot push my weight from a kneeling position. I cannot push my weight up on this knee. It fucking hurts. I'm like, what the hell is that? I know I gained some weight. I'm a fat fuck now. But I ain't that goddamn heavy. So getting off of this woman's floor, trying to find a position where I could sit and work on all of this shit up under there, I'm thinking about how much I dislike that shit. How much I was sitting there cussing in my head, like, this fucking stupid ass, put this dumbass pipe in this way, blocking everything, can't even see shit. It's so fucking stupid. And then a voice in my head reminded me, you know, you don't have to do this no more. I'm like, oh, you're right. I have ascended past this point. I don't have to be down there doing this shit no more. I don't. Which at my age is how it should be. The only downside to it is that somebody else would have hit this point a lot sooner. But I didn't come to this side of what I would consider the building trades, even though it's on the maintenance side. I didn't come to this side of the property stuff until later. So I'm getting the gains I'm getting for the time that I got into this industry. I just look at it as on a whole for myself, like, okay, where have I as a person gotten to in this amount of time? Yeah. That's a phrase. Building a plane while you're flying it. You're always building a plane while you're flying it. The one I got from Todd McFarlane, at least about entrepreneurship, is that most people see the cliff and try to figure out what's at the bottom of it. The entrepreneur takes a running leap at that bitch and figures out how to fly on the way down. You jump into things. You don't have to think it all the way out. You know what you need to do. And you figure it the fuck out. I will jump in. That reminds me of the Dave Chappelle joke. And go get some condoms. Yeah, the big ones. Yep, Charles, that was the joke. If she was in that store longer, I would have gave her a grocery list of shit to get. But at the most, I said something about gummy bears, and I followed it up with a joke about the condoms. I used that Robin Harris joke. He said, you need a price check. Need a price check on these magnums. Yeah, super dupers. The XLs. You got that jelly? Need a price check on the KY. Yeah, the moisture, the Vagisil. How's this? There we go. You're dragging. Oh, it moved up. Excuse me. Moved up while I was looking at that one. Okay, here we go. Sorry, it moved. It paused and then it moved up, so I lost my place. Remember when I did that interview with Orlando Jones at BlurredCon? That was pretty damn cool. Yeah. But that's the essence, in a sense, of being live from life. We're seeing you out in the world interacting with people. So are you standoffish? Fearful? Gregarious? I can tell you this. This is what's good watching Toya streams when she's just out in the world. Toya is pretty pleasant to people out in the world. And that seems genuine about her. Because she's in there talking to folks and shit like that and chit-chatting and stuff, and you can see it on her face. That's a genuine personality of how she is out in the world. And I'm sitting there watching this shit yesterday. I said, why is nobody hitting on her in this grocery store? She's sitting there singing and kind of dancing in the store. Why is nobody hitting on her? This is a single woman. You don't see no rings on her finger. Nigga, shoot a shot. shoot a stray, shoot in the direction, something. Good Lord. I know this chocolate walk around there free range. What's wrong with you niggas? She ain't got her titties all hanging out and stuff like that. I know, but goddamn, like intimidation. Come on, man. I like that life from life shit. We're at some promotion. Hopefully, you don't drink too much on the weekend. No, I don't drink too much as it is. I mean, this last trip, what did I have? I had 2 whiskey knees because that was the drink that they made there. It was like a whiskey sour. That was it. Outside of that shitty drink, I got it at fucking Applebee's, which was supposed to be a whiskey sour, and it was just sours with some Maker's Mark thrown on top. Like the fuck? So no, I don't drink all the time. I like good alcohol. I just don't drink all the time. I'm not gonna start filling my weekends getting hammered. Hell no. I'll probably end up filling my weekends with is going to the gun range and shooting pool. Shooting. I will find some other activity to pick up on those weekends that I can do on the weekends. Because that's adult life. Kids, do the shit that you want to do. You have the time, you do it. So, since I know there is a tactical course in Richmond that they run on the weekends, if I want, not saying I will, but if I want, I can take that tactical course on the weekends now. It's like a police course, Charles, where you go through and you shoot the pop-ups and shit like that. Get your quick draws down and shit like that. I can be the black wick in this bitch. I can start doing that shit. Since I'm a YouTuber, I'm giving some shit. I could probably stream it. See if I can get good enough to be able to run down the range with Coleon Noir. I can miss. Who gives a fuck about me missing? It's like me playing video games and sucking. Everybody gets entertained by that shit. They like to see a person suck. So when I get good, you can say, yeah, I remember when that motherfucker sucked. Could be fun for me. There's potential. Options are fucking endless. When I was waking up this morning, I was thinking about taking a scuba diving course. So it might be fun to scuba dive here in the Bay. Because they do have that shit. And I know my friend Julie from middle school, she does a sailing class out of Richmond. But right there where she does the sailing class is a scuba diving thing too. She's done that. And I was like, oh, maybe I need to connect with Julie and see about see if I can get my scuba license. It might be fun. Could be fun. As long as I can breathe, I don't care about being in water. So, possibilities are endless. And I have an imagination. So, there's shit that can be done. And Malika said, fuck those haters. That's exactly what I said, Malika. Fuck them. Fuck them. Keep watching, motherfucker. I'm going to give you more to hate on. That's all it is. That's all it means. Keep watching. You're going to get more to hate on. Like Cat Williams said, feel free to hate on me. I do get your point. It's like when you go outside of the studio or a room and actually do a live stream there. It actually shows how really interesting life can be and easily forget. Yeah. Because look at it this way. I like pictures. But I'm also one for wanting to see for myself what things are. Right? So like when I told you guys I needed to, take my mental health time, and I took off for the weekend and drove down to the Grand Canyon just so I could stand on this same mesa that I have been before and take in the whole site. There was a video of that y'all saw. Why? So you understand that the person on this screen is a real person, goes through their real struggles and really out in the world trying to live some life. I just don't have a problem really with trying to share that shit with y'all. And I like the idea of being able to keep this thing mobile. So when I broke down and actually bought a computer to actually have some actual sit down time with you guys here, I never gave up the love of being able to stream from my phone anywhere. Anywhere. Like, if I didn't tell you guys that shit, it would be interesting to see. Hey, this motherfucker was streaming. Where the fuck was he? Like, he's out in the desert somewhere. Oh, yeah, I'm at the Grand Canyon. This is someplace your ass could go to. Oh, I'm in Florida. This is someplace your ass can go to. Some out of the way ass spots because, like I told my kids, the world is there for you to get lost in it, man. Your limit is you. What you think is possible for yourself. Thankfully, I work for a company that doesn't have a problem sending you someplace where they need help. And the need might be dire for the site that you're going to. They might be in some trouble. This site was in some trouble. Their director left, and then their manager was fired the day after we got there. They hiring some new higher ups. They needed some help there to get done what needed to happen. So thankfully, corporation wise, they could put out the call to anybody who wanted to come. And I volunteer for all of that shit because it's travel. I don't give a shit about doing the work. The work is easy. The travel is what I do it for. Yes, you can make some little extra money. Yeah, you can. For traveling your per diem. But the journey is the important part. Being able to see a place that you have never seen before. Go somewhere you have never been before. Experience things that are out of the norm for you. I never had a real desire to go to New Mexico. Can't say that I have. I can't say that it ever really crossed my mind. But volunteering for a work trip to New Mexico got my ass to go on Roswell. You know, where the UFO crashed and where the stories of Area 51 and stuff like that started. And got me to go into bottomless lakes and seeing that place that looked beautiful to me, that just got my mind going. That is the stuff that I will keep with me long after I've forgotten about what fucking work we did here. Like that trip to Amarillo to get a fucking brisket sandwich. And the cow on the side of the road like he trying to flag me down because he want to ride. And fucking Rosie telling me to turn around and go pet the cow. Pet that fucking cow. Turn around and go pet him. Pet that fucking cow. It's in the road. Try not to hit this motherfucker. These are all experiences that make my individual life interesting to me. The only difference is I've shared some of those with you guys because I was able to stream that shit. I was able to be mobile and live from life. So you could see it too. These are all things like when I was a young kid watching nature shows and whatnot. That's what made the world more interesting to me. Seeing people out in the shit. Not just talking about it in theory. Actually being out in the world doing it. Interacting with actual people. That's what makes it interesting to me. Incoming haters, 3, 2, 1, but congratulations for me. Your good work ethic is evident and you deserve the fruits of your labor. You know your worth. I know my worth a little bit. I undervalue my worth is what I do. And that has been brought into stark relief right now with this new position in negotiation. I undervalue myself a bit too much. But I think it's the way that I am set up as a person. I don't put a lot of stock in that shit. I put more stock in the work I actually do. And if it's up to my standards, then monetarily how that shit works. And it may be the artist side of me, it may be the Sigma side of me. I'm not sure, but I don't really care about that other part so much. I just try to make sure it's managed in a way, right? And I'm bad at that. It's just everybody's working on something. So I just recognize that I'm probably fucking bad at this part. I need to work on that shit. Yeah, that's definite. But it's not even courage. They're just lazy. They're just lazy. Look, there's a concept that I understand for me in that there is always someone better than you. Always. Always. As much as I may have loved my ex-wife, she is my ex-wife. And there might have been somebody better for her. I don't want to hear that shit, but it might have been. She could be with the person that's better for her, for how she is as a person, than me, for how I am as a person. Could be. It's always a possibility, right? In work, it's the same thing. There's always somebody better than you. On the pool table, there's always somebody better than you. Me, I look to try to find that person because I want to get better. I want to be better. So I don't get upset when I run into somebody who's better than me. It's just more of a challenge to me to get better because now I actually have a gauge. If you're up here and you know that you're the best where you are, and you can't look around you and see anybody that's at your level, the only thing that pushes you further to not plateau is to see somebody who's better. Because now you get that drive again to move up. The problem with these dudes is I'm that better person. Just so happens to be, I don't walk through there like that, but I just happen to be that better person. And me being the way I am, doing the work the way I do, sets a standard that they either meet or fall below. They hate that shit. Now, in childish fashion, instead of stepping their game up and meeting that standard, they try to undermine that standard to bring it down because they don't want to have to step up. That makes them lazy. The funny part is the amount of effort they put into trying to undermine the standard, all that work. If they put that work into themselves, they'd meet it. They would meet it or exceed it. That's the funny part about it. The shit I'm doing is not fucking hard. It just takes what you were saying, Malika, work ethic. I have a work ethic and not a laziness ethic. I don't have the ethic of trying to get out of work. I just have the ethic that I just do the goddamn work and try to do it well so I don't have to fucking do it again, even if I hate it. Even if I hate the work that has to be done, I try to do it good enough that I don't have to do that shit again. I don't want to come back and have to touch this again because I fucking hate this shit. They don't have that work ethic. Their ethic is to try to get out of it or get somebody else to do it or pass it off as something else so they don't have to do it or just kick it down the road a couple more times so they put it off as long as possible so they don't have to do it. I don't have that. I want the shit over with. Over with. I want it just as done. It's the easy work. I want this shitty work done just as fast. I want it off my plate and out of my mind and away from me. They don't have that. This is why you fail. I wish you could see Redman and Blurcon talk to him into taking me skydiving, laughing out loud. You have a decent lineup of local Comic Con. Y'all got to remind me when Blurcon is. I have some reasons to come to the East Coast. Blurcon is one of them. I still think hanging out with Charles would be fun as fuck. I know I'd be drunk. I definitely know I would be drunk. Because I don't drink Crown Royal, but Charles do. So I'm hanging out with Charles. I might have a cigar or two and drink some Crown Royal with that big nigga. Just because I think it'd be fun. Just be fun. I don't have a problem with having fun. I'm not the overt I'm not the extrovert. I'm selectively extroverted. And I have my extrovert tendencies, but I'm not. I observe. I like being around people who have fun. Because that's not me. I'm not that out trying to have everybody pay attention to me person. I'm not that dude. It's fine. I still have a good time. I am a mighty supervisor. I have risen above hard manual labor and worked my knees hurt. My attitude short. You do it. This is what I command. Here you go. I couldn't be in that store. I don't know, like, hey, little mama was cooking. Yeah, I could. Look, Charles, you said the same thing I did. It's like, I don't know how nobody is hitting on her in the store. How is she out not getting hit on? Because she's just wearing regular clothes. She's just wearing regular shit, but she looks attractive. Like, how is she not getting hit on? Nobody has come up to her and said shit. She's just out there loving life, singing and shit, and in the store and stuff. Like, dude, that would pique my attention. I'd have to go over and talk to her to see what the fuck was going on, even if I had a shitty ass line. Like, damn, you really love this song, don't you? Not on nothing. I might not even wanted her phone number, might not even got it, but I would have wanted to know what was going on with her, why she's so pleased in fucking life like that. Because most women walk around like, oh, ma'am, you dropped it. You dropped your smile. You dropped it. I'm like, holy shit. She just be out there feeling lovely and shit. She be getting road rage. She was still looking downhill and good while she doing it. Yeah, I think it's the lips. I think it's the lips, Rainfire. I get road rage when I drive. I was on the phone when I picked up my car, picked up the toaster oven yesterday after the airport. And I was on the phone talking, and the first thing I started doing was cussing Sacramento drivers, California drivers. It's like, these motherfuckers. For 2 weeks, I've had drivers with common sense. I'm back less than 30 minutes. I got motherfuckers cut me off, jumping lanes, don't know where the fuck they going at 90 miles an hour. It's like, now I got to get my brain readjusted to defensive driving tactics for California so they don't hit my shit. Because these motherfuckers do not pay attention and don't know where they're going at 90 miles an hour. Immediately, I felt my stress rising. Do it. And getting better at Call of Duty, Street Fighter 6, and Tekken 8. There are some tournaments. Might as well. My boy Chris Adams from Fracture Comics, he plays in tournaments. He plays in video game tournaments. He'll go to Vegas and play in that shit. Why? It's your life. Why don't you have fun with it? Why not? What do you got to lose? Some money? You know you ain't taking it with you, right? You know that, right? Yes, you can leave some for your children. Like, that's what your life insurance and shit like that is for. But all those hours that you're giving to a company is for the return of money to you to take care of stuff in your life and to do what? Have some leisure time. And understand leisure time is just not the time between when you get off work and when you go back. That's not just leisure time. Leisure time is, those vacations you might take or those events you might do with the money that you made, like going to BlurredCon, playing in a video game tournament, playing in a pool tournament. That is your leisure, the shit that you actually like doing. Because work, I had to learn this. Work is not your identity. Work is not your identity. Work is what you do to provide for your life and your identity. Your identity is all that shit you do outside of work. What are you into? Like Charles has said many times, what are your fucking hobbies? If you don't have any hobbies, you need to really think about that. You don't have any hobbies? Something nobody pays you for, but you do because you enjoy that shit. Like going and look at geological formations of sinkholes in the earth and how that shit formed. Shooting pool, shooting guns, comic books, drawing, sitting there sketching fucking trees out in the park. Motherfucker, what do you do? Who are you? That is what all this work shit is supposed to be for, to fund that part of you. That's what it's for. So do it. What the fuck? You're not living forever, man. If you found out this was your last year of life, you wouldn't be giving a fuck about how much work you did. You wouldn't be thinking about all the things you missed from doing that work. No, you'd be thinking about all the shit that you want to do right fucking now and that you have maybe never done. And you would be impatient about it, as you should be, all the time. The Hero's Journey, the Marksman MC episodes. Everything I enjoy, Malika, that I like doing, involves some kind of accuracy. I've known that for a long time. Shooting pool, shooting guns, shooting bow and arrows, right? If it involves some kind of accuracy, I'm usually really interested in doing it. Now, rainfire, throwing axes. Because I already know how to throw knives. I don't know how to throw axes. Might as well learn how to do that shit too. It's always about accuracy. That's the main common thing that I found in them. If it involves a high degree of accuracy, I'm usually really interested in doing this shit. Golf is some kind of accuracy. There is some calculation involved in golf to hit that ball and get it to land where you want it to, not just to put it into this hole, given the terrain and everything else. Accuracy. I'm big on accuracy. Toya, not Torah. I know it's Sunday. Autocorrect, damn it. Yeah, no worries. I don't think any Jewish people are watching this pissed off at. Lion showed up? Where's Lion? Get out of my brain. This is the reason why I need to go to BlurredCon this year, especially missing the last two. I met so many amazing people, plus Redman and Zazie Beats, nigga. Redman and Zazie Beats are going to be there this year. Man, put the dates in the chat. Put the fucking dates in the chat. Because, like I said, I think it'd be fun hanging out with you, Charles. I do. I'm not that damn extroverted, but I think it'd be fun hanging out with you. I have a lot of extroverted friends because I'm the calm one. It's fine. But drinks, looking at chicks, hanging out, geeking it up. Nigga, Zazie Beats gonna be there. Come on, man. I got to get close. I got to get a picture. I got to get a picture, get my hand around it a little bit. Like, I got to. Red man, nigga, let's spit a hot 16. Come on, Red. Come on, Red. Let's do the rock wallet together. Let somebody videotape me and Red Man doing the rock wallet. I'll do Method Man part. How about that? How about that? It'd just be fun. Meeting Red Man as a kid that wanted to be a rapper, Red Man is in my list of favorite rappers of all time. Being able to meet Red Man, nigga, that'd be like Mount Olympus. I went up to Mount Olympus. I got to meet one of the gods of this shit. What's happening? Come on, man. Yeah, throw the dates in the chat. I ain't racked up a lot of air miles right now. I racked up a shitload of miles in the last couple of years. I could probably use some of these points. That's showing initiative and getting out of your comfort zone. It's always about getting out of your comfort zone. What is your comfort zone? Well, when you were a baby, if you remember it, if you can, your comfort zone was your crib. Your 4 rectangles that encompassed how you saw the world. When you got a little older, it became the 4 walls in whatever house you were in. You got a bit older, it was the 4 walls around the block that you lived on, or the neighborhood you lived in, or the city you were from. Your comfort zone is the edge of your understanding. Getting out of it is important because you don't grow if you don't get out of it. You just look like that beast in a cage that keeps growing, but the cage gets no bigger. It gets really uncomfortable to move in that bitch. You need to keep expanding your comfort zone, and getting outside of it puts you in a newer territory to where you start understanding more about who the fuck you are outside of all that other shit. I just want to go back to a place where all the stuff I like to do and all the people I like to hang out with are there in one place and have mad fun for 4 straight days without worries. Yeah, that's awesome. You could probably enjoy it a lot more because now this time you're not working. You might not get the same access, but you'll have more fun. Did you pet them though? The cow? No. I explained this to Rosie. I was in a hurry. I'm trying to get somewhere. I ain't got time to be stopping on the side of the road and getting out to go pet this fucking Roman ass cow. It stinked out there. Hell no. I pet a cow before. This one ain't gonna be no different. I don't know what he was doing out by the road, but Mustafa, as I call him, M-O-O Stafa, he was doing what the fuck he was doing, man. He was supposed to be back there in the pens. His ass was just taking a stroll. Free range fucking hamburger. You thinking about me? He's just trying to stop my car from driving by so quick. Hey, where you going? Be coming out to that road, bro. So I had to slow down and stop. I didn't want to hit his ass. I just want this grass over here. Motherfucker. I think everybody needs to take a trip or go outside their confines or their safety zones, especially for mental health's sake. And go see the world, go travel, go to the gym, learn to be great. I agree. And especially after COVID. COVID, I've said this since it started. Psychologically, it'd be one of the most interesting times to observe human beings because you are going to see a very clear indication of a before and after, before COVID and after COVID, how life changed. That's a paradigm shift. People realize they don't need a lot of this shit to be happy. They don't need a lot of women's shit to be happy. Women really need men a lot more to be happy. But you as a man realize that you don't need a lot of this stuff to be happy. And what is being content for you really about? The whole world got to understand what it's like to be an introvert. The whole world at the same time got to understand what it's like to be an introvert. I don't need a lot of people around me all the time. I don't need a lot of attention because I'm an introvert with extroverted tendencies. So the stuff that I find interested in, the stuff that I gain peace from and charge from is out in the world. And it don't involve really anybody else. Seeing things I've never seen before, doing things I've never done before, going places I've never been before is the shit that charges me up about life, appreciating the life that I have, that I'm able to live. Being able and having the ability to go out and do that stuff, that's what makes it worth it. That's what makes me go to work and not be, with a smile on my face and not dreading like they drugged me to this bitch. 4 people showed up with cuffs and a pistol and drugged me to this job to show up today to see these motherfuckers. No. I go to work with the understanding I'm getting paid this amount of money in this day to go towards these things so I can do this. That's what I work for. That's how I have it set up in my fucking head. So with it set up in that way in my head, I don't give a fuck about all these people and they interpersonal bullshit and they dysfunction that they try to act out on the people that they work with. I don't have time for none of that shit. I'm not here for any of it. I'm here to get paid and leave. It is not personal. It is business. And business is getting done between these hours. After those hours, I'm not thinking about you motherfuckers. I'm not. You are off the plate of interest until the next time I will come back around here. No. So during COVID, I think the rest of the world learned that there's other stuff out here. That's why people travel so much more after COVID, I believe. I've seen a lot more pictures of people over in Europe and stuff like that from here than I did before COVID ever happened. Why? Because they know life is short. And they understand the world is out there. You can get anywhere in this bitch. Anywhere. You've grown enough to think about it. You've grown enough to be there. And they have no qualms about leaving and going to do that shit because they don't see work the same way anymore. And they don't see relationships the same way anymore. And they don't see the world the same way anymore. Shit, get going. Yep, Malika, stay hard. And the other one, you are never finished. You are never finished. No matter how old you are never finished. There's always something else to do. Always something else to learn. Always something else to work on. You are never finished. You finish when you're dead. And if you ain't dead yet, you need to be working on something. They want the test graded on the bell curve because if you grade it to regular standards, only one person is passing. But that's the thing. That's the interesting part about a bell curve. The bell curve lets you know that most people fall into the average category. There are some real dummies and there's some real geniuses, but most people are fucking average, putting in average effort, and should be getting average returns. Very drunk with a final cigar. I don't get drunk, but I will get very inebriated. I got Irish blood. I don't do hangovers. I can drink a lot, but I don't do hangovers. And I do still keep my wits about me because I'm not stupid. So I will get sauced, nigga. I will get sauced. I will get artisan sauce. And that's when all that extrovert shit come out of me. That's when it happened. When the fucking get in the system, that's when all that extroversion and you see that extroverted Scorpio come out. That'd be on everything. Nigga, that's my wife. Hey man, she was talking in my ear. You should have heard the shit she was telling me. If she was telling you that shit, you would understand why I'm doing what I'm doing. But it's not personal, bro. I don't want to keep her. I just want to use her for me. Like, it's not personal. I got mad respect for you, bro. But I could look. It's Zazie Beast, nigga. Like, I'm not that big. I'm only 5'10", 270, 280 pounds. I'm 5'5", what, 5'11"? I'm about 270, 280 right now, too. But not bulk in the shoulders and shit, unfortunately. All my muscle from up here is did the gravity old man thing and dropped down to my belly regions, which is fucking embarrassing. It's age, nigga. I got more time to spend in the gym now. Now I can actually have a regular gym schedule. I couldn't before. It wouldn't work. But now I can actually have a regular gym schedule. That means like, yeah, every day at this time I can hit the gym my 3 times a week. 3-4 times a week. I can be in there. Fine. Trade-offs. I need to be more after my health anyway. Liquor and cigars. Cigars. Yep. Evo in Vegas is lit. Yeah. Evo happens right before or around the same time as the pool tournament. Because the last 2 times they were there at the same time. Evo was happening and the pool tournament was happening. The World Pool Tournament is happening. So, yeah. You end up at Evo in, what is it, August? I'll be there for that pool tournament. We can link up. We can shoot pool and play video games. Shit men like to do. More men have gotten back to doing shit they like to do since COVID than beforehand. It's putting that shit all off to go, spend money on women that don't know how to do anything with their free time other than chase dick. I smoke my cigar, drink my liquor, hang on my niggas. If you're a grown-ass man without a hobby, your life definitely sucks. I wouldn't say your life definitely sucks. It's just you have to understand, because I had to get to this too, and it was after divorce, how much time you devote to everybody else's shit. If you think about it this way, when you were a teen, you had hobbies. Somewhere in your 20s or when you started your family or whatever, you put away your hobbies to do the family thing, to be there for everybody else and support their hobbies and whatnot. That means you put yourself to the back burner, right? It's not until that stuff is removed, really, when you have a crisis or a midlife crisis, or whatever the fuck, that you start understanding, I'm not living my life for me anymore. I haven't been living it for me for a long time. And I need to get back to doing some things that I find satisfying and enjoying to me. Divorce helps with that because it strips all the rest of that stuff away. Because at base, you will be broken down to, I got the schedule for when I'm seeing my kids, and I don't have this woman to look after anymore unless I'm dating, which will be scheduled. Other than that, I got work scheduled, and I got this big block of time that's just me. How am I going to fill it? What am I going to do in that time? That's when you get back to understanding who you are, what you do, what you enjoy. Because if the thought in your head is, well, shit, I can start doing some of this shit I have been doing in a while. When you start having that thought, that's when you understand how much of yourself you put on the back burner. I had been responsible for other people for so long in my life for such a young age, because I'm the oldest. It took being divorced for me to realize, damn, I spent more than half of my goddamn life being responsible for other people and their fucking happiness and their well-being. Fuck, this is the first time in all this time I can actually just worry about me. And it felt like a big responsibility all of a sudden. Like, I'm responsible just for me? Holy shit. Am I doing something wrong to somebody else? No. It's the way it was supposed to be. I should have never put myself on a back burner. Not to say my family didn't deserve the time that it got. It did. But there is a way that you are not taught how to do it to still be the person you were before you got into all those situations, still have the hobbies you have, and do all of that stuff together, as opposed to only being able to do it one or the other. It's not a one or the other. The reason it gets pushed onto a one or the other is that's what women want. Because the family situation doesn't necessarily work the way it's set up modern wise if your focus is on you first and then everybody else second. It doesn't work that way. Why? Because primarily the woman is going to take up a lot more of your time and your attention and your bandwidth. The kids are going to be the second one to take up that time. And once the kids come in, they kind of switch to the first position over the other woman. Right? Responsibilities for them is kind of like third. And now you're there. Well, what can you carve out at the end of the day for yourself? Can dad, husband spend a half hour, an hour on the couch in his comfy shorts with his nuts hanging out, playing a video game, watching a sports game? Can he do that without being bothered? Answer is probably no. So you get very little time to just recalibrate for yourself to take care of that part. When you get divorced, when they've finished, sucking all your time up with all the rest of that bullshit, and now you're down to just you have plenty of time to do just that. So what was it? What was it that you enjoyed doing before you traded a lot of that in to make sure other people got to do what they enjoy doing? What was it? Or is it something new that you want to take up and start doing? You have that option, and it does feel like a weight. It took till I was fucking 40 to have that moment. To have that moment of clarity to understand that's where I was. 40? It's an insult to say that shit. To realize that, damn, that much time of my life was fucking wasted. And it wasn't because anybody else took it from me. I gave it up willingly. Why? Malika, because I have a work ethic. It was important to me to see my woman have a life that she had never seen before. Have a relationship she had never been in before. It was important for me to try to do the most that I could for my son, to be the father I never saw. It was important to me when I had my daughter to be the man my daughter could respect and have a relationship with her, that I could still talk and joke with my baby girl as a grown woman. And she would want to spend time with me and not talk divisive or not divisive, but disparagingly of me to her friends in her elder age. Oh, my daddy wasn't really about shit. That was important to me to forge all of that stuff. And the time it takes to forge all of that stuff took a lot of time for me forging myself, because I put that on the back burner to worry about their needs and their wants. That's why I say it's not a bad thing. It just needs to be, it should have been taught to me a way to do both at the same time. Because I can say, for me, single mother raised, she didn't put off no time. Like I said, my mother is a world traveler. So where the fuck you think we were? Not with her. She got the family to babysit or whatever the fuck it was, and then she was the fuck off. She got a good corporate job. She making good money. She got some girlfriends who are on the same mission. They is the fuck out. Spending money, going to other countries. Oh, can't take the kids where the kids don't go. You're going to stay with grandma for 2 weeks. I'm going to Brazil. And what was her trade-off? Some closeness with her older son? Don't really seem like a trade-off. But the experiences are there. The places she's got to go and got to see were done. And now in her 60s, getting close to 70, retired, living in her third home that she's bought. She comfy. My mother is in Hawaii right now. Why? Because she's retired and she got time to do it. This ain't the first trip she took. She just ain't been to Hawaii in a while. So that's where the fuck she is. Doing the same shit she was doing when she had us as children. Same shit. So my ideal for men is that you're able to do the same thing. You always are. No matter how much you're making. If you got money to spend on liquor, cigarettes, fucking condoms, porn, video games, that is all money that can go into an account for you to fucking travel and get the hell out of your city. GTA 6 is coming out this year sometime, right? Which version of that are you buying? A cheap download, or you gonna buy the collector's box that's $100 and something fucking dollars that they about to milk out of y'all asses? Okay. What else could you do with that same $100 and something dollars? How much gas would that put in your car to drive, I don't know, 100 miles in any direction from where you live at right now? How much of a plane ticket would that pay for to go somewhere that you have never been before, even if it's just in another state? How much of your passport would that pay for? And all you need to do now is take a goddamn picture. There's the same my mother has that I use, and that there you always find money to do the things you want to do. It's always there. It's just, what is the trade-off? What do you trade off to not do it? When you by yourself and on your own, there's a lot of less excuses for that shit. Where you waste, where you don't spend, what you don't do, because it's just on you. There's nobody else there, right? You ain't got no woman, you ain't got no kids. Why the fuck aren't you doing it then? It's just you and your decisions. And you're going to have to own that, bad or good. Own them. Because they're yours. And once you own them, you can start understanding that they're under my control. You know what? GTA 6 is going to be out for a long goddamn time. And I'm not spending $100 and something so I can be just like the other kids on the block. Yeah, we all got it at the same time. Fuck them. I'll wait till Christmas and let them offer that shit to me for cheap. But at this moment, when it does come out, I'm going to put this $100 and something in this account, in this little savings folder for this trip. Maybe that starts paying for my trip to Vegas, to Evo. Maybe it starts paying for my trip to BlurredCon. Maybe instead of the 2 bottles I'm drinking on the weekend, I bought a bottle, and the other money that I spend for that second bottle, I put into that folder for this trip. Fuck Starbucks for a week. It's always there. Maybe I brought my lunch and I didn't spend the $20 on lunch every week at this other place. The money is always there, especially in America. Americans, we waste so much goddamn money. It's fucking astounding that most of us sit around thinking that we broke. Especially the black folks. We're the richest black folks in the world. And we always think we broke. Because it's never accounted in that way where you can see those numbers piling up. And you're not really trying to think about it like that either. I just paid $14 for a fucking brisket sandwich. Somebody else in California right now would pay $14 for, what, 2 packs of cigarettes or some shit? 3 coffees at Starbucks? What, 3 gallons of gas? It's relative. It's all relative. Do the things you want to do. It's there to be done. The world is still spinning. You put the dates in there. March 6th. Oh, fuck. It's next week. This week. Fuck. I'm not going to get there. I thought I put this on my calendar to remember. Because March 7th is my regional tournament this weekend. This weekend is my regional tournament that I'm playing for that trip to Vegas. And I ain't missing that shit. I'm not missing that. I already won a tournament to win my place to go to this thing. I went there last year. This year, I'm coming for that trophy because I want my trip to Vegas in that world tournament, that individual tournament. Oh, I want that shit. My mouth is salivating thinking about that shit. My tongue just got wet thinking about that shit. Oh, I want that shit. Bet that cow could spit a hot 16. Yeah, ounces of goo out his mouth. A hot 16 ounces on the grill, spitting flames. Yeah, right, fire, exactly. Be a 16 ouncer up there. Fresh, free range steak. We might even do the Punisher cosplay. You might as well. Never personally, only professionally. It's called Drunk with Class, Inebriated. It is. I try to be a classy dude. You know. I like class. You would enjoy the nice built half-naked cosplay chicks as well. I like women. I like attractive women. I like seeing attractive women and being around attractive women. The half-naked cosplays I don't enjoy that because you just want to be naked. You just want to be naked. Just be naked. You can drop the cosplay part off of it and stop pretending. It ruins cosplay because cosplay don't necessarily have shit to do with being naked or half naked. That's how women get into cosplay and want to get their extroverted hoe fantasies off. You just like playing dress up. It's like a woman spent all this time making a Master Chief costume just to have the titties hanging out. It's a sexy Master Chief. Master Chief ain't never been sexy. So what are you actually doing? You just want the ability to show off your body and have attention. Got it. From a specific type of guy. Geeks who you think are sexless. It's not the case. A lot of us have kids because we fucks. You're looking for them basement dwellers that only have a joystick and they penis in one hand and a joystick in the other. That's a segment of the group, but it ain't all of us. You were tripping. But if you want their attention, then go right ahead and have it. Exactly. I gave up my hobbies to provide for my family and spend quality time once I was single. Health made it where I couldn't do some of them. Now I'm finding new hobbies because you have to. Yeah, that's what I did. I gave up on a lot of stuff. I remember the whole reason I ended up at ImageCon, the 20-year ImageCon, con for Image Comics, and getting to meet Todd McFarlane and um, Mark Silvestri and all those guys was because I hadn't had the money to go because I was with the family. And ex-wifey gave me the money and made me go. I was going to miss it. I wanted to go, but I was going to miss it because stuff needed to be taken care of at the house. I didn't really have the cash. I think I was fucking damn near unemployed at the time. Like, no, it's important to you. You should go. I can't really go. And take this shit and go. And I ended up meeting one of my idols and getting to talk to him, to look him in the face and talk to him. Two of them. Met Todd McFarlane, met Rob Liefeld, met Mark Silvestri, met Eric Larson. These are some of my favorite artists that I have loved forever. Todd McFarlane especially on the top of the list. And I got to talk to him and tell him I appreciated that story about entrepreneurship that he shared in the meeting. And him look at me, no, that's exactly what you have to do. I got to talk to Mark Silvestri about how much I like the Darkness character and him giving me shit for not owning a next-gen system and playing the Darkness game. I'm like, come on, man. Oh, you got to get on that. And I'm raising a family. And think, yeah, but, kids don't need that much. Like, nigga. It was fun. It was fun. It's something that I remember to this day. But it only happened because somebody else recognized that I was putting myself aside and pushed me to go stop putting myself aside. We black men have been conditioned from birth to work for white people and take care of black women and children. I wouldn't even make it so black and white like that. All men are. All men are. All men are conditioned to take care of a woman, take care of children, put yourself last. When you see the scales flipping nowadays, is men are only taking care of themselves a lot more. And women are looking for them to be taken care of. I won't think I'd be out here and take care of me. Because you're too expensive and you don't offer shit. That's what COVID taught you. You had a lot more money when you wasn't taking care of that chick. And she was a lot more destitute sitting in her house, cut off from the rest of the world where she couldn't market her pussy to get a meal or anything like that. They was going crazy. Men was content and they was fucking going crazy, dying without attention, like hothouse flowers without the sunlight. Oh, nobody can see me. Nobody wants to take me out. Oh my God. Then was in the house like, man, I went out in the backyard. I built me a whole gazebo and a new shed and shit. And I got this stuff laid out. I got me sandwiches. I got food getting delivered. Man, I'm good. I got to play my game for 48 hours straight. No interruptions. Holy shit. Is this what peace feels like? What type of adventure / events you can go on? Just $100. Exactly. It may not seem like it in our economy right now, but $100 is a lot. If you had $100, American dollars in another country, it would go far, nigga. Far. Some of the travel Instagram channels I listen to, they always listing off how much something would cost in another country, right? Oh, you can get this hotel or something like this penthouse suite or something like that for like $150 American for a week. Some motherfucker fucking off $100 at the club last night on drinks and talking to some bitch that he ain't fuck. Gas, drinks, clothes. No, gas, drinks, entrance fee, $100. Gone. Ain't got shit for it, but inebriated and rejected. A week in a penthouse in Thailand, 100 something bucks. Have you ever been to Thailand? I'm not saying you got to go there and find you a lady boy. I'm just saying, have you ever been to Thailand? Nigga, get the fuck gone. Get your mind straight. You trust sign me the fuck up. So there's your travel companion, fellas. I met Ed McGinnis, Neil Allen, George Perez, Lou Ferrigno, Ric Flair, Bret Hart, the NWO, Ray Lewis, and so many others sometime off of dumb luck. Bret Hart would have been a dream to me to meet. Would have been a dream to me to meet. I've met Lou Ferrigno. Took a picture with him, got my signed Incredible Hulk picture, all that shit. And like I told you, Charles, it kind of fucked me up because he wasn't as big as the kid in me saw him to be. I took that picture next to him, looking at the picture, like, damn, I'm almost eye to eye with this motherfucker. I'm almost eye to eye with Lou Ferrigno, with the Hulk. Okay, I'm feeling a little good about myself. But it was good meeting him. Shaking his hand and shit like that. Like, holy shit, it's the Hulk. It's the OG Hulk. Sign me the fuck up. No. Lou Ferrigno will scare you. He's a nice dude. I did catch him in the moment where he was into something with somebody else that was working with him. Oh, hold on a second. Okay, don't fucking Hulk out on me, nigga. I just want to take a picture and shake your hand. I grew up with you, and apparently I grew up to be just as tall as you. Feel good. I feel blessed. Oh, yeah, he's still built like a tank. That's one of the things about people who have been in shape and shit like that. When they keep it, they usually keep it for a while. A sight to behold. Like even Arnold. If you met Arnold Schwarzenegger right now, he would still be big. He may not be as cut as he was back in Conan the Destroyer, but you would stand next to him and say, that's fucking Conan the Destroyer. And you still would be like, subjugate the women. What does Crom say, Conan? What is best in life, Conan? You would still be there, happy as shit. Like, look at this big motherfucker. The Governator. Holy shit. Say, we'll be back. Yeah, it's always fun meeting stars at Comic Con. It's always fun going to, that's what comic conventions were. That's what the fun of it is, getting to meet some of these people that you have only ever seen through television or their work on a page, and getting to see the real people live from life. Get to see who they are, get to meet them, get to talk to them. For a fan, that is the shit right there. For a fan, that's the shit. It's like making the personal connection with them. Like, Charles is in here, right? I know Charles from over the internet. I've talked to Charles on the phone. Meeting Charles in person would be completely fucking different. He might hate my guts. That's his fucking problem. I don't know. But meeting Charles in person is something completely different, because now it's not artisan, in the box. It's artisan walking around in life. Same thing with Toya here. Trust. Hanging out, it's like, hey, who that over there singing in that grocery store? She's like, oh my God, it's Allison. It'd be crazy. It'd be crazy. She'd probably be fucking cheesing. And for your folks at home, something I only know that fucking Dr. Anwar has seen, them lips up close, like, And it is some luscious ass black lips. God damn. Right? Be like, come here, girl. Come here, sister. Wait. Damn, she do smell good. She smell like natural. she, she smell natural. This is a real woman. Like, oh my fucking God. That's what life is about. Having those experiences. So being at a Comic Con and seeing the people that you've only seen on screen is something else. Like, if y'all want to really laugh, regardless of what I've ever said on this stream, if I was at a comic convention and I got to meet Brie Larson, I still take a picture with her. I try to hug up on her. Why? Because she's a low-key cute white chick. I don't give a shit. And I'd be checking her out as I would say, yeah, she ain't got no ass. Anyway, whatever. It's like Zazie Beetz. Like, nigga, I just need to be close to her. I just want you to be close enough to that perfume. Like that perfume. Damn, she smell like she using, what's that shit she use on her hair? Look at her skin. Damn, she got the little fine baby hair on her skin. This is the stuff of life. This is the stuff of life, man. I'm sure her personality is awful. She's fucking Zazie Beetz, man. But I bet she fine. And I bet she look fine in person. Charles said, yeah, those lips are dangerous. They are, man. It like a what is that? Like a fucking anglerfish, man. They keep drawing you in. Like, He was the only person that made my arms look small, and you probably felt good about that too. You wasn't intimidated. You felt good. Like, yes, the Hulk is still the Hulk next to me. I'm getting there. I'm not there yet, but I'm getting there. I asked Alan Tudyk a question about playing a villain, and he went straight to talking about Donkey with the pocket dimension and his anus all on his own. You always got some weird ass shit going on. Ray Fire. But Alan Tudyk would be fun. Alan Tudyk would be fun. I'd ask him about the wash scene, the leaf on the wind scene. So did that motherfucker tell you was going to die in that shit? Did he tell you up front that you were going to die? And what did you think the outrage would be in the fan base? Because that's traumatic. That is a traumatic experience for anybody who loved Firefly, like the character of Wash, watching Serenity and that shit happening. That was trauma. It's like, oh my God, that was traumatic, dude. The only thing that came close to that, because it happened before, was Matrix Revolutions, when Trinity got killed, when they went to Io City, and she crashed a hovercraft. Right after she was able to go to the surface, they broke through the cloud cover, and she got to see the real sun for the first time. And they came back down through the cloud cover, crashed into the city, and she got speared through the fucking chest and died. Like, brother, she just had the most magical moment of her life and just got snuffed out. Same thing with Wash. I'd ask him about that. I would have had to know. Yeah, I did take pics with Chuck Liddell. Why wouldn't you? Hold his fist up. Let's get a size comparison. Well, a lot of MMA pro wrestlers always think to ask if I'm on the they always ask if they're on the circuit. Man, where are you wrestling out of? Whose gym you train at? Nah, I'm a cop. Trust me, I'm taller than Lou Ferrigno and bigger, but not because of muscles. Calorie rich. Work on that. I was at a fight seminar and took pictures with Dan the Beast. Dan Severn? Yeah, that motherfucker. Yeah. Dan the Beast Severn. Dan Severn, and what's the other one that I would like? Is it Blackman? I like to take a picture with Blackman. That'd be cool. That motherfucker's intense. Foodie like me. No shit. And as a foodie, look, if you ran into Gordon Ramsay somewhere, you wouldn't take a picture with Gordon Ramsay? I'd want a video. I'd want a video. Why? So we could say the same thing, man, fuck off. Throw it in the bin. Like something. Get out of here. Dude, I have to. And I want him to make me a grilled cheese sandwich. Something simple. Let me see how you can work with something simple. Some simple shit. I just want a grilled cheese. Gordon, can you hook that up for me? Serious. Make it look sexy too. All right. That was about 2 hours in, 2.5 hours in, and me fucking around. People filtering through the stream, knowing that I'm not talking about shit. I'm talking about a lot. The jewels are there for you to pick them up if you walk through. But like I said before, I do analog entertainment, not digital. So if you watch whole streams, you'll get it. If you don't, you'll miss it. You'll come in and leave and say, oh, you didn't talk about nothing I recognize, so I got to get out of here. Fuck off. Yeah, Ken Shamrock. Oh, hell yeah. That little. Ken Shamrock looked like a psychopath to me. But I trust in his abilities. Like Charles, that Gina Carano Ronda Rousey fight that's coming up. Like, I'm low key horny. I'm low key horny.
Whoa! What the hell did I walk into?
You didn't hear the part where I was talking about the Ronda Rousey Gina Carano fight?
Thank God, good saves.
I'm low key horny for that shit.
I'm just like, so what if they get leg locks? Is that still considered scissoring?
I still consider it scissoring.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
I'll tell you this funny story of how I got to meet Bret Hart. I couldn't get the day off when I was working in the department, and I had somebody with me, but he was cool as fuck. And I said, "Look, we gotta go down," because he was in Baltimore. Doing it was the 15th anniversary of Wrestling with Shadows, and they were like,
which was a good ass documentary.
Yeah, a great documentary.
Great documentary.
And it was funny because the security guard working it was like, "Hey, is Bret Hart here? Yeah. You don't mind if I step in? Sure, you the police. Goddamn right."
Yeah.
So I went in there to shake his hand while the movie was playing. And I was like, "Oh, excuse me." Being polite. Excuse me. And I'm like, "Oh shit, it is Bret Hart." And he went, "Oh shit, it's a cop."
They called the police.
I was like, you don't mind if you autograph, because it's actually on my desk. I have this still in plastic, the Bret the Hitman Hart action figure in plastic, and his DVD special when he first came back to, doing stuff with WWF or E, depending on your generation.
Yep.
And we actually spoke for a good hour, because when he first saw me, because it was dark, and he looked at me and he was like, "Dude, I wish that I had my own federation, because you would definitely be champion." I was like, "You could put in a good word with me? Only if I knew somebody I could trust."
That's it.
And we spoke for a good hour. They say never meet your heroes. You're more of a fan of them if you ever speak with them. And I'm glad he's getting his flowers now, because of a lot of stuff that's happening behind the scenes that Bret was right. And the first thing he said to me, he was like, "Man, you need to get rid of some of them racist cops in your department, man." I said, "Hey, you don't know the half of it." And believe it or not, historically, there were a lot of people from Carroll County. For those of you not familiar with Maryland, that's one of the strongholds of the Klan. There's a reason why Carroll County don't come into Baltimore. There's a reason why you don't have a British accent speaking in America, because we will whoop your ass. Say, can you see the bottom of my boot? And it was funny when he said that. I was like, "Oh, no wonder you got a black wife, huh?" And Ric Flair was funny too, because my son was shy and he didn't realize I was Ric Flair. It was like, the guy who says "woo," Woo, yeah, woo, woo. And Ric Flair told him, "Come here, kid. Like, come here, come take a picture with the champ, kiddo."
Damn, that would have been a moment. Like my brother, I would have actually geeked out at that moment meeting Ric Flair, even though I wasn't the biggest Flair fan. My brother was more of the Ric Flair fan, but it's fucking Ric Flair though, dude. Like,
Ric
goddamn.
Flair. It was too cool. And it was
Where's the
like,
ring, man? We need to do a
and,
flop. We need a
and
Flair
it's like,
flop.
yeah, and it was so cool because we went out to Jimmy Seafood, and they have a lot of pro wrestlers coming to town because it's one of the big restaurants. So we're going out to the parking lot, and we meet the fucking Rock and Roll Express. And it was like, man, you on a circuit? Well, I met Rikishi at Jimmy Seafood. And he's like, you wrestling? No. I think it was funny. One of the most pleasurable things is because when we met Kevin Nash,
I like to be Kevin Nash.
yeah, God rest his soul, Scott Hall and X Pac. And as soon as we walk up to take pictures, Kevin Nash is hilarious. He's legitimately 7 feet, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
He
I've
says,
seen
"Look
him
at
in
that.
person before. That's a big motherfucker.
That's a big motherfucker." He comes. So is
There's no joke.
Scott Hall. So was Scott Hall. You're like, God damn! Look at the size of these. And Scott Hall's just so calm. He's so smooth with it. And he said, "Look at the arms of this motherfucker."
Yeah, he got some big ass arms. Like,
Like they always say, "God damn, what you curl engines?"
oh shit.
That was funny, but when you meet me, like I
Trust.
met Latfield, I didn't give him flack for not doing the feet thing. I did not. Like,
When I met when I met Todd McFarlane, it was Rob Liefeld was right there too. They were sitting together. So I met both of them. So I got a picture with both of them. And I don't give a fuck about it's just a funny thing to know that Liefeld doesn't like drawing feet and hands. It's just a funny thing. But everything else about his drawings is usually awesome, nigga. Like,
hey, you would not have cable.
You know what?
You would not have Cable and Deadpool.
You would not have Cable and Deadpool. You wouldn't have Young Blood. None of these other characters. Like, dude, he produced a shitload of characters. I remember Liefeld from the Levi's commercials when he was a kid drawing all the characters that he created. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, that was
you
like
only know about Cable and Deadpool. You fucking missing out.
I remember. Matter of fact, I remember meeting Nikolai Volkov, and that guy was huge in his retirement. He was huge. I remember meeting Jerry the King Lawler, which was great. Who else? Of course, Neil Adams, one of my favorite artists. He has like death grip of a handshake, man. He's like, "Hey, how you doing, Arms?" He loves my son and his best friend because him and his wife would always go to conventions. They were like, they accidentally bumped into him. His wife is such a sweetheart. She was like, "No, it reminds us of our grandkids. We love him running around." It was like we would sit there and talk as well. Ed McGuinness, I'm such a big fan of him. I had like damn near like three mini boxes of his work. He's like, dude, you literally followed my career.
You'd be surprised, man. You would be surprised. Like for me, there's bucket list celebrities and shit like that I would have wanted to meet. But cons is one of the places, and not just comic conventions.
Yeah.
There's conventions for all kinds of shit, if you didn't know that. Right.
Oh,
yeah. That's where you get to meet a lot of these people. If you actually care and respect their work and stuff like that, you see they come into a con or something like that near you, just show the fuck up and meet them. Get to see what the person is actually like. Because trust, a lot of these celebrities and shit don't like people either. Yeah. They don't. They want to be in the house away from somewhere. Like if you got a picture with Eminem somewhere, that's probably rare because he don't like being out around a lot of people. Right. But if you did catch him out somewhere, you got to get a picture with him. You came up on something. It's not like the attention whore generation where they always out waiting to get a picture snap with him somewhere. No.
That's why when
that's like, why when everywhere, man. It ain't special to get a picture with you. You always here.
That's why when I remember when I went to Vegas for the first time, we ran into Eddie Griffin at the airport. And he was getting his luggage we was all down. Everybody was at the thing getting our luggage. And my aunt and people was like, yo, hey, who's that? I said, that's Eddie Griffin. They said, oh, that. I said, well, go get a picture. I said, Me being the person I am, I said I'm gonna leave him alone. I said because I said I don't. I look. I like to leave people, and I like to treat celebrities like real people. Hey, how you doing, and all this other stuff. Everybody else had to go ask him. They said, yeah, it's cool. Just go over here. He said, yeah, he cool. Come over here, take the picture, and shake your hand and all this other stuff. And I'm like thinking, because I'm like, this is one of my favorite comedians as a kid. I grew up on the
Mhm.
Malcolm and Ed show and shit like that. And I'm like, got an opportunity to meet him, and he was cool about
Well, see, that's the thing. I always being in the Bay Area, you can run into celebrities a lot, right? But I'm always really respectful of them. Like I spent time around with my mother, regular artists, being behind backstage with people and musicians and stuff like that. I'm usually just respectful. I recognize these are regular people. This is just the job that they fucking do. So a lot of times in public, they don't want to be just run up on, but they understand that may happen in public, right? So I'm usually respectful. I'll say something nice to them and keep it moving. But in a convention setting, they might want to talk.
it. Yeah.
They might they are coming to that venue knowing fans will be there and people will want to talk to them and they're willing to engage in that with you.
Yeah.
So you can have a conversation with them. It's not like you caught them in the bathroom or something like, holy shit.
Like,
It's
holy
you.
shit. It's
You
Tom
talk.
Cruise taking a
We
shit.
take a picture. Take a shit. Try to get
Yeah,
no, I'm
I
not
would,
gonna take
I
all
would
of you
tell,
on. I'm just one of you. Like, what the
I'm gonna
fuck?
tell you, I'm gonna tell you something that happened very recently, right? I'm gonna tell you this happened very recently, and it pissed me the fuck off. And it pisses me off, but I'm also happy. Like I was still recovering from the flu, so I couldn't go out the house anyway. And guess who frequents my goddamn the cigar lounge I frequent a lot? Fucking Marlon Wayans, because he had a show in Baltimore. He goes to the cigar lounge, and I'm like, any other fucking time if I'd have been well. I was like, ain't that a bitch? But I'm happy that he frequented and he knows where it is. So next time he's in town, I know when I know he's got a show, you know where my black ass gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing I just found out recently that Delroy Lindo lives in the Bay Area. He lives in Oakland. I'm like,
Mm.
nigga, what? Man, I could run into him somewhere. Like, and if I started going through my head of the places that a lot of regular people go to, it's like he might go through there.
Yeah.
I was just really hard up for trying to meet celebrities because they're always around. They're always around. I'm just really respectful with them. I'm not going to rush up and mob them or anything like that. But if the opportunity is there, I'll come up and say my piece and keep it moving and let them do what they do. The picture thing is always cool, but it's if they're fine with it. If they're
Yeah.
fine with it, cool.
Yeah.
If you don't want to take a picture right now, I totally understand, dude, because I don't feel people all the time either. I don't. Sometimes I don't feel people at all. Like, you know what? I need to be away from you. Let me just sit on this bench and suck my coffee. Yeah, trust said instead of enjoying the moment. Exactly. Attention. So I don't like them.
It's actually very entertaining when you meet some celebrities, and when I'm in Vegas, I talk to anybody. Matter of fact, believe it or not, I was in Vegas for 5 days. How much do you think I paid for food and liquor and cigars in Vegas?
Depends on if you
Provided,
knew,
huh?
it depends on if you knew somebody or not.
I paid literally no money because I was just I'm really I'm a weirdo because I'm really supposed to be introverted, but
Because you showed up here, and I don't know what astrological thing you were reading, thinking that your ass was supposed to be an introvert. But
Yes.
I'm actually an introvert.
stop looking at Miss Cleo.
I'm actually an introvert at heart, but people just find me so interesting and cool. I'm like, it's like, for example, in BlurCon, when I get my speaker and I'm playing music and people see me like smoking a cigar, having my drink. And when we were working the last time we were there, my partner, man, my second in command, he was like, he saw like 15, 20 people outside, and he's like, there's 200-300 people around us. I said, oh, you're not used to this, are you? I said, "Oh, you'll start having people asking requests from us, like we'll play like it's funny because everybody lights up their blunts, and I'm playing Mary J. And we had the celebrities. Imagine having the King of Wakanda and the Black Ranger come outside partying with you. Memories.
Memories. There you go. Todd and Rob. And don't the picture looks blurry because that's my fucked up phone. That phone was over memory because I had so many pictures on it. So it took who took this picture? I think it might have been Mark took the picture. Mark Silvestri took the picture for me.
Oh man, that's still a cool ass picture, man.
It's taking the picture slow, so it looked blurry. You had to stay still while I took the picture. It's an old phone. I still got that bitch right now.
I mean,
this little motherfucker.
Damn. I'm glad you don't. I'd have bet you a person with that shit. I'd have been like, "Why you got that sissy ass phone in your head?"
We would have been talking shit. No, but that was a big moment for me. That has been one of my comic book idols. Todd McFarlane. That has been one of my comic book idols. Love that character Spawn to this day. I got to meet him and have a little conversation with him for about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, he was like the 1990s Jack Kirby.
1990s Stan Lee, nigga. Not only did he do the Amazing Spider-Man, do Venom, he left and made his own company and character that's still running. That was a badass character too. That ended up being a motion picture, and that's creator owned. That's still him. That's still his character. Like,
not only did he have a movie, he had an HBO deal. And this is how badass he is. He has a deal with DC Comics for making a goddamn action figure.
Right.
They gotta go. Yeah, they go through him to get it. to get they
made some of the best action figures on the market.
Hell, they were
another company like that. Motherfucker, look, you can hate. You can. A lot of people hate success. That motherfucker came out and had a vision and followed it through. You can be mad all you fucking want to. He made some of the best goddamn action figures I had ever seen.
And still do. And I got some of them still in a box on my dresser.
Somebody got a box of them of my Spawn movie toys because I had a shitload of them. I had all of them bitches in my wife's storage that got sold. So somebody came up on some shit. If you still got them and still got them in the boxes that they were in, motherfucker, they worth some money. I bought them motherfuckers brand new and they were never open and they were just in a box. Along with my Spawn. What was it? I think it was like 10 or 11, where his cape would flap out to bat wings, and you could adjust out to bat wings. That's the one I missed.
I'm still looking at McFarlane Studios. McFarlane Studios or Super 7. Like, which one of you motherfuckers make the best fucking figures? God damn.
No shit. He makes some good ass figures, and it's just about detail.
I think I was very blessed to meet. I was very blessed to meet George Perez, and he signed all my Teen Titans, Wonder Woman 86, Wonder Woman 500, and that was like so many comics. He was so. I was smart because I would have my folding chair when I'm meeting like these people because the lines are so goddamn long. And I was like, people was like, dude, you got to be the smartest motherfucker. You got to be. One person said you're genius level. I never would have thought of that. I said, that's why I'm genius level. I ain't gonna be waiting in line for these goddamn things to be signed. My shit, I need my knees.
Knees.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at here with the comic events they have here that's grown Comic Palooza and how that has grown, especially it rode the wave of the MCU and the DC stuff. And because I keep missing it, I still haven't gone to it. I keep missing it because I've always had to work on the damn weekend, so I've always missed it. Like because I was looking at the guests for this year, and I said so far they got Pam Grier and Lou Ferrigno. I was like, oh hell yeah, I'm definitely gonna try to save up and go this year because I want to see them because I've missed like some of the big guests they've had is like I remember the one they had Tom Holland one year come here. Last year the headliner was Mr. Anakin Skywalker himself, Hayden Christensen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a draw. That's a draw.
Damn, that would be good too.
John Cena was one of them was here. They've had the entire Arrowverse cast one year. They've had the Defenders cast. So Mike Coulter, Jim Ritter, what's his name, Finn, who played Iron Fist,
Mm-hmm.
John
Finn
Berthal. They've
Jones.
had
Finn Jones.
Finn Jones. They had the entire Defenders cast. They've had the
Danny Rand.
Yep, they've had all of that. They've had the, and of course, some of the people, Carl Weathers, they did the, Morrison. How you say his name? To the dude that
Timor.
play Timor.
Bubba.
He was with, he came last year too as well because they did like a little Star Wars one.
That's a good figure right there. If y'all don't know nothing about what is this spawn called? I forgot. Shit, I just Gunslinger Spawn. That's a good figure.
We got Gunslinger Spawn. We got Bounty Hunter Spawn. We got Tax Collector Spawn. We got rent you, sell you a rental car Spawn. We got a Spawn for every part. We got Culligan Man Spawn.
I think McFarlane just put out a pre-order for the Redeemer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That motherfucker is so great. I forgot who made Angela. I think it was him or somebody else.
Neil Gaiman.
And it's like you actually rent your goddamn character to Marvel and made her the sister to Thor. God damn! I need to start. Hey Marvel, how much you willing to rent my characters?
Well, here's the thing with Angela. Him and Neil was in a legal battle over that character for a long time of who created the character or whatnot, and Neil won. So Neil did rent that shit off to Marvel, but Marvel has squandered that fucking character, dude.
Yeah, pretty much.
They have squandered that fucking character because they just turned her into a lesbian. I read Angela, Queen of Hell. It was good her going into hell, beating hell, and taking it over. But the whole little gay girlfriend shit the whole time was irritating. They're doing the same thing with Jean Grey with this Phoenix comic book. Same shit. They just gave her another chick to run around with, and it's the Phoenix. Well, the Phoenix ain't supposed to be a chick. It's supposed to be an embodiment. It's not a female.
Yeah.
It's a force. It has no gender.
I have to ask you a question.
Angela shit all over again.
I have to ask you a question. Oh, go ahead, Beasley.
Supposed to be the embodiment of life itself, so it's not supposed to have a physical form. It's supposed to be all of life. So when she's going to be banging all of life if they decide to go that route.
Beasley, that's why in the Rivals game you have that embodiment of the Phoenix there with Jean the whole time. Yeah. That's where that comes from that shit in the comic book, where it's like it's two lesbians dancing around with each other, like whatever. Fuck.
It's crazy because I've always said this: North Star been around since the late 70s, openly gay since the early 80s. You ain't do a goddamn thing with that character.
Exactly.
And but y'all want to promote all these other characters because North Star isn't that well known. That's your bad writing.
Not that well known, and he's not that powerful. North Star he's been an X-Men. He's an Alpha Flight member. He's one of the fastest mutants around. You can't write a story for him. He's been gay and married forever now. He was even married to a black dude. There's your diversity. What the fuck's the issue? He Canadian too. Like, bro, what the fuck is the problem?
and he's what, Quebec? From Quebec?
Yeah.
He's a Quebecer. It's funny because I had a discussion with this one person. I said, why you don't get diversity? It's because when you put diversity in comics, it usually sucks. Because it's one thing to write a character who happens to be gay, who happens to be black, but put them on a like artists. When I just wrote my characters and I never showed you how they look, would it be a decent read?
It would be.
But when you put the characters there, you're like, oh, I can imagine this person saying this. Now I have an image to go by. That's how you know you have a good product, when you can just not look at the picture and say, "Could I read this book?"
Well, that is how I pitched um, comic books to a couple of people. All a comic book is, when you get one of those good writers, all a comic book is a novel with pictures. That's all it is. But you're reading the equivalent of a novel the whole time. It's just broken up in monthly parts. You don't have to sit down and read it all in one go. But if you see it in a compendium or something like that, you think about it like, God damn, there's a lot of wordage in here. There you go. North Star and his husband.
Yeah, Gene Paul.
Yeah.
And
Is
I
that
ain't even gonna lie. I almost bought that fucking issue because of that.
I
I was
bought
like,
that
oh,
shit.
because I remember when it came out, I was at during my freshman year in the first college I went to. I was like, oh shit, North Star getting married. Oh, that's cool. I might want to go buy that shit.
Look, they even got him
Astonishing
kissing
X-Men.
the black man all in the mouth. Oh, you can't see it that way. That's not the right picture. Where's the other one?
But no, they don't popularize that character. What they do, they go play around with Barbie Drake.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
man,
Bobby
I
got
was
gay.
so pissed about Bobby Drake, man. I was so pissed about
Because
that.
Bobby was a woman supposed to be the womanizer. Because Bobby could get pussy. See? They got him kissing and hugging and embraced and stuff like that on the comic. You know what I heard? Nobody was upset about this shit. Nobody cared. Which is how it should be, you would think.
Yeah,
This is what acceptance is. Nobody gives a fuck about what you're doing. That's what acceptance is. That's what tolerance is. Nobody cares. It's not performative. It's not sexy. It's not, we need to stop the world because it happened. No, it's just like, oh, okay, that's what the fuck they do. Anyway.
acceptance is you're no longer special.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just as mundane as everybody else.
You catching these jokes too, just like everybody else. I don't give a damn about your sensibilities. You getting made fun of. Bring your ass into the circle, and we gonna laugh at you too.
You're gonna laugh at your because
I said when I
welcome to the group. We talk about everybody.
Yep. That's how it was when I ran my shift on the job. I said, look, let me see. 1, 2, 3. Three of you motherfuckers are gay, 2 are lesbian. I said, look, yeah, there are gonna be some jokes flying. So guess what? You don't everybody. If everybody want to be comfortable, don't take it personal. Shit, you gonna say some smart ass shit about me. But guess what? He's like one of the people who was under me. And she was like, "You better shut up before I find you a boyfriend. You better shut up before I burn out your rose. Get out of here." She was laughing. She told her wife, and her wife was dying laughing. So it's like this: if you want to be accepted, you gotta take the good and the bad like everybody else.
No, you get the same shit that everybody else get. Don't care. And fuck you.
Yep.
And you go, I'll give you all this one. My other favorite gay couple in comics. You know what was coming.
The Midnighter.
Midnighter and Apollo.
Oh yeah.
Will kill you.
Okay, you did.
Look. Midnighter went completely bad on somebody who hurt his goddamn husband. Look, if his power is to break people, he broke that motherfucker with a jackhammer and a spike. After Apollo laser eyed his fucking spine so that motherfucker couldn't walk. Bro, you don't be fucking with them two. You don't be fucking with them. And they got married too, and nobody gave a shit. And it's two white dudes.
We're gonna make you remember this one real good, boy.
Oh hell yeah. Oh my god.
Shit.
Oh my god.
This is what I always disagree with, like BVS. Like, yeah, Superman is black pill. He just doesn't mope about it as much. I said, you cannot. I said it's impossible to grow up on a farm and not be black pill. It's impossible. You name your pets. Next thing you know, Pa Kent, like, yeah, you know Sally out there, right? Yep. You got to put a shotgun to her head so we could go, fix her for dinner for the week.
There you
See,
go.
Boomer?
See that? See? That was when Midnighter finally got a hold of the Captain America knockoff in the Authority comics that had beat him, and the Thor knockoff had beat the shit out of Apollo. Beat that motherfucker damn near to death. And then basically the Authority went up against a version of the Avengers, and they was throwing around all kind of gay slurs and shit like that. And then the team went up against him for a second time. And Apollo didn't kill him, but he just lasered his spine so he couldn't walk. Said, I'm not going to kill you. And the dude was the fake Captain America was talking all kind of shit, calling him gay and some other shit, right? He said, no, I'm not going to kill you. I promised you to somebody else. And the next panel was this. Midnighter said, a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. Oh, he got the business. That motherfucker.
I really don't know I really don't even want to picture where he put that jackhammer.
You can figure it out, bro.
Oh shit!
All that Captain America had was gay slurs for them about being gay and shit. That's all he had for him. So you know what the hell happened, because he was crawling away, and he got the laser eye to the spine, and then he couldn't crawl no more. He was talking shit to Apollo. That's what Apollo told us. They were walking away. So no, I promised you to somebody else. And that's what it was. The Authority would kill. They would kill. There was no qualms about that shit. And it's like, yeah, pleasure to make your acquaintance. I remember reading that shit like, oh shit.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. He will never be, that dude will never be the same again.
And the sad part, they probably let him live.
I don't think he lived through that shit.
He fucking dead.
Hey, you got a healing factor, but you ain't gonna be talking about it.
Yeah, you won't talk about it. Like that prostate test. We don't talk about it. It happened, but we don't talk about it, bro.
Guess what? We gonna make sure you get no pops ever.
Oh, is that what his name was? Because he wasn't Captain America. He was the commander, wasn't he? Yep. Yep. See, this is what happened when you read comics from the 90s, you motherfuckers. 2000s.
Oh my god!
You won't read
comics, you can remember stuff like this because most people don't talk about it because they never read the goddamn comic.
Look, some of these new age people are really starting to tick me off when they talk about these characters and when they see them and they don't know. I'll be like, how can you call yourself a fan and you've never actually read the shit and didn't know? Like, because the new Marvel Tocon Fighting Souls fighting game came out and they dropped the trailer for the Unbreakable X-Men characters, and you still people that's associating. Now, one of the dudes that did like his little video on it, he's been a long time again. He's known for playing Marvel versus Capcom. He claims to be a fan of the X-Men, but he's still associating the Magic character. He's also Marvel Rivals character. I was like, motherfucker, how you an X-Men fan and don't know that is Colossus's little sister?
Yeah,
and I was like,
because you got to remember in these 2000 on how they use words are switched, right?
Yeah.
What he considers fandom is just watching something on television, or I bought a shirt about it one time. It's peripheral knowledge. It is passerby knowledge that you could have read on a fucking billboard.
Yep.
It's not any in-depth, I've actually spent my time and money to support this thing at all. It's not. It's periphery knowledge. So, I'm a fan of the X-Men because of a movie.
Yeah.
Because you actually bought the comic books and read the shit.
I'll tell you, Artisan and Beast. My son and his godbrothers irked my fucking living soul. That dude. What comic did you read? Because they'll get comic books that are out of continuity, and try to say, well, this person. And this is the reason why I kind of hate anime sometimes, because anime fans really don't read the material. They get into this Dragon Ball Z habit, and I can tell you it's a Dragon Ball Z habit because the way you ask the questions. If I ask Artisan, hey, what do you like about this character? You probably tell me something other than the powers and come back to the powers. Or you'll tell me about a good story the person was involved with. They just care if this character can beat this character. Like,
You,
oh,
Yeah.
can One Punch Man beat Superman? I said, One Punch Man
the
is a
sensation.
parody. He's a parody character. He's not supposed to be taken seriously.
No,
Nope.
he's a parody of Superman and Goku. That's the whole funny part about it.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
he's not. He's a funny character. He's not somebody you legitimately take as a threat. He's a parody character. He's only as powerful as you really want him to be for the story. I said you got to understand something. You go through this whole Dragon Ball Z occasion of, oh my god, I got to get more powerful. I got to somehow get this MacGuffin to make me more powerful or bring back people instead of there's no, like in most anime and um most anime, there's no repercussions. There's no big stakes because you wish them back. Like, and plus because you have that one person writing, they should get their own fucking material. Oh my god, he just crippled that man.
Well, that's the funny part. I'm just sharing this with you guys for this is geek history, comic book history for you guys. This is the original Authority book run. This is what made them want to um, take the guy that was doing this over to Marvel, because the original Authority book was making fun of Marvel and DC because it's an image book. So they were ripping on the Justice League, the Avengers, the Fantastic Four. Them people was terrible in them books. They were fucking terrible. The Authority was killing them. Well, this is them taking on their Avengers team that really fucked up Apollo and them. And this is Apollo having spent, he's basically a version of a Superman, right? So he gets powers from the sun. That motherfucker had been circling the earth for like 72 hours, staying in the sunlight. So he had just been charging up, flying outside the atmosphere, just staying in the sun, just powering up to get to this fight where this dude had beat his ass. And this is called the Commander. He's a Captain America knockoff. And that's what he gave him. He gave him them sunbeam blast to his back. And look at this shit he's saying to him. Because when they whooped his ass, they berated the fuck out of him before, right? So here he said, hell, soldier, what kind of excuse of a move is that? Don't you have the stones to kill me properly or something? Finish the job, unless killing a man paralyzed from the waist down contradicts whatever code of ethics you super sissies call a rule book. Or is it just that you don't have the heart to snuff out a hunky ex-Marine you find so damn attractive?
I just want to point. I would just like to point out, Artisan, you can't even make a comic with that damn dialogue anymore because everybody's so fucking sensitive that they'll make. Oh my god, this is a
Well, here's the thing: the dialogue is fun, but this is one of the things about comic books. The art ain't that great.
Mm-hmm.
Mind you, the art is not that great. It tells you what's happening. It shows the pictures, but it's not that great of an art in this shit. But the story sticks out not because the art was great, because the story was great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then you get to the next scene, and what does he tell him? He said, "Is that the problem here, boy? Does the commander give you feelings you only read about in Cosmopolitan magazine?" You're like, "Don't be ridiculous. I just promised
That's fine.
I just promised you to a friend." Next panel, boots. He's like, "Oh shit. A pleasure to finally make your acquaintance." Like, oh fuck. And that was it. You get to the next scene, you don't see that motherfucker again. You don't see that motherfucker again, bro. He flew off after all that shit. He just flew off. Nope, I promised you to a friend. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Like, nigga,
over. Like I'm gonna take a crowbar to you.
Yeah. go to work on the brothers with a crowbar and a blowtorch. About to get medieval on your ass. That's what the fuck he did. He left him to his boyfriend, his man. You fuck with me. You beat my ass. He didn't like that shit. But you know what? I told him he was gonna have you. Fine. This is some Game of Thrones shit right here.
That's a vicious, long story.
I left you to the motherfucker who loves me. He about to fuck you up.
Yeah.
Wait till daddy got home. Like, no, I told my man he can have you. Shit.
You know, that's one of those one of the coldest lines in all of fiction. You know, maybe you should go pray to you. Maybe you should like start pissing your pants. Maybe you should go pray to your impotent God.
Right.
That shit in Helsing, I had to rewind that shit. He said, "What the fuck?" He said.
What did you say?
You just saw half of a motherfucking zombie just go whoop. Like, this guy coming out of retirement to whoop your ass. Okay.
Now, see, this is the kind of stuff that when James Gunn said he was going to do the Authority movie, I would like to see it, but I knew this shit could not get made, bro. This could not get made. See this shit? This is what made that comic book hot because they was ripping on Marvel and DC. Who is this? Is that not a Giant Man? Is that not an Iron Man? There's the Commander right there beating the shit out of some chick.
It was a little Hawkeye character.
Does it look like a Hawkeye to you?
Mm-hmm.
You smell alcohol off these clowns? What kind of super people show up to a fight stinking of booze? Right then is where Giant Man had Apollo fly through the back of his head like a bullet and blow his brains out.
Mm-hmm.
And told him the dangerous kind. Like, the Authority did not fuck around, bro. You would die. You would fucking die messing with the Authority. And if you don't know, that was Stormwatch Black, man. That was Stormwatch Black. That was the Black Ops team. That's where the X-Men got the idea to have a Black Ops team.
The X-Force, yeah.
Yeah.
Even though Marvel, fuck you, Marvel, because when you have a good idea, you only stick with it for like 10 issues.
Because they just want to milk it a little bit for themselves.
They're not even good at milking it. Like, the original, you gave Psylocke, who was it? Wolverine. Of course, you need him because you can't sell an X book without him, apparently. You had Wolfbane. You had, what's the Native American guy?
Warbird.
Warpath.
Warpath.
Yeah, Warpath.
And who else was it on there? X-23.
Archangel.
23. And you telling me by whatever god you serve and the powers of Grayskull, the book sold itself. Just like when you had the goddamn Thunderbolts. The book sold itself.
And it didn't have the best art. Dylan art is something you have to have a taste for it, right? If you read Preacher, you already like Dylan art, so that's not that big of a deal, right? But that Thunderbolts run, the Thunderbolt Ross Thunderbolts run, Red Hulk run, was Dylan art. The story was the thing that sold it. The art was all right, but the story sold it. The team up sold it. Like, let me save this image because
that's just like they just dropped this new solo run that they trying to do for Cyclops, and I'm looking at how many issues. It's only slated to be 5 issues, and I'm like, if your goal is to try to pump up Cyclops and try to make him look cool, which is they actually doing what I said that they should do if they were going to try to do something like that, which is you put him in a fucked up situation where you force him to test his wit and his metal, which is what they started off by doing in this issue. It's only 5 issues though.
Because they've already done that before. They've done it before with Cyclops. They keep going back and forth with trying to pump up Cyclops to get him to a state where they can make him the Boy Scout, but give him an edge to make him relevant for the modern era.
Yeah.
Last time I remember them doing it, it was Cyclops and Corsair, where he was out in space with his father, and they were
Yeah.
stuck on the planet, and he didn't have the use of his powers. So they were having to fight off the creatures and stuff like that and survive on this planet without his powers. So it was just him and his dad, which was cool. I like seeing him with his parents, right? I like that parenting shit. But modern Marvel does not like fathers.
No, they don't. They don't like
Yeah,
straight men either.
they don't like straight men either. So characters like that struggle for relevance with writers who don't want to write them and don't like them anyway. This is the
Hmm.
problem with having people in your field, in your media, who don't like these fucking characters in control of them. You just saw how that went with KK in Star Wars. She didn't like them fucking characters. She liked her characters, and her characters sucked.
Mm-hmm.
Marvel is going through the same thing. A lot of the bigger comic book creators, comic book content creators, don't mention this shit, but that shit is overly feminized.
Mm-hmm.
Overly
Mm.
feminized. So what you like, I'll take issue with this because I'm taking issue with him for even starting some bullshit. But Ernie, Blair Without Fear,
Oh Lord.
God
he
damn
was
it.
going over this shit about Milestone. And I'm sitting there looking at this motherfucker like he's pitching how you need to buy the DC book for the Milestone stuff. Like, if you don't do this, they're not going to continue Milestone, right? And it's very important that you do this so they can continue Milestone. I'm like, what Milestone are you talking about?
You're
The
talking
one
about
they
New
their
Age?
stamp, the one they put their stamp on that they haven't been using really, or
Yeah.
the original shit that they bought and helped ruin. Fuck you. DC never wants to put out Milestone stuff. What the fuck are you talking about? You young motherfucker.
See, that's the part about Ernie I never really gave a fuck about. He's cool, but Ernie is ultra liberal.
Mm-hmm. Ultra
Yeah.
liberal.
Ultra liberal. And I got nothing against anybody's religious or political ideology until you
Okay.
become preachy to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's when I get pissed. Be like, now I'm gonna embarrass you because obviously you're not as well read as me. Obviously you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, even about your own goddamn book. And
Well,
I had to say that to one of my exes recently. But back to the subject matter.
yeah. The
When you
point
when
of that
you
was go ahead. I'll let you finish up.
when I looked at him and the whole Rob thing, I said I don't give a fuck with Rob as long as he puts out good content and you put out good content. I watch you fucking both. What you do in your personal time, what you jack off to, that's your business, man. I said
Exactly.
the problem with it is this: you want to have this black card, but you don't forget that if you grew up in the time we grew up, you were not considered black if you like this shit.
Mm-mm.
No.
So you're actually benefiting off the fact that we had to go through the fights, we had to get our comic book stolen. Hell, some of us had to do some ruthless shit to people for fucking with our shit. But now you're complaining about, well, we got to do the milestone. If you like milestone so much, why don't you do content about the old shit? Why don't you talk about when Static had one of the most quote unquote controversial, which should have been one of the most praised covers of all time, when he's kissing his girlfriend reaching for a condom? But black people can't be in love and black people can't have safe sex.
Well, here's the thing about that. He got on this milestone shit when the compendiums came out because I had threw it out there before about how come none of these black comic book content creators was talking about this shit because they didn't know nothing about milestone. The reason being is they weren't even born when the shit was coming out.
Say that again for the niggas in the back.
You weren't even born when the shit was coming out. Now, if I wanted to embarrass, here, I'll do this. I'll do this for you. Let me go full screen. Let me go full screen so everybody can see this. One more thing. One more thing. All right, we're gonna have some fun. Let the old nigga drag his dick for a little bit, his nuts for a little bit. Now, everybody knows. I'm gonna just do a one shot real quick for you guys. Hold on. Is that the right one? That's not the right one. Charles, y'all still up here. Just hold tight for a second. Everybody knows what this is, right? Do you know what the difference is between this milestone compendium, what I was calling the Bible, a geekdom that you should own if you like milestone comics and shit, and something like this is? This is what I bought new when it came out. $2.95. I didn't buy it at a con. I didn't cruise by somebody's table and pick it up. No. I have my original runs of these motherfuckers. This is just so I don't have to open this. That's all this is for. That was not the totality of my comic book reading for what Milestone was and is. This is. And more to the point, this is how I found out outside of the comic book store about Milestone. You see that? Black Enterprise magazine about Milestone Comics. Denny's Cowan, Dwayne McDuffie. What's the year on this bitch? 95? Where's the article? Get to the damn article.
Was that the Black Enterprise one?
Yes. Why do I have that? Because Milestone ain't new for me since DC re-released it. And mind you, that was the second re-release because the first one was hella woke and they canceled it before it even came out to go back and redo it to make the new Milestone stuff, which was tolerable. So this goofy getting up there wanting to be the man banging the drum about Milestone all of a sudden when he ain't known shit about that stuff. And what the first video I saw him doing about Milestone, I was like, that nigga is wrong. He ain't even read this shit. He is way wrong. Now he's the proponent of it. The motherfucker that used to have a whole ring in his goddamn nose on camera. Get the fuck out of here. I don't hate you. I don't hate you, but I know how young your ass is, and I know your leanings. So you can't be the proponent of telling anybody who black and who not.
And first and foremost, let's talk about the truth. Ernie?
I've been summoned. Yeah, Fracture. You can come up here because I know you got more than enough on this. Somebody who has actually promoted black comic book creators, conventions and shit.
Yeah. And this is Ernie. I like your shit. I like your show.
I do. I like his stuff.
But
I do.
Ernie, we gotta tell you the truth, my dude. Nigga to nigga.
Nigga.
I'm gonna tell you this. A black man with a bull ring in his nose. You're not the person. If Icon existed in the real world, Icon would be he would be Vietnamese opposed to your existence.
And this motherfucker Curtis Metcalf will be talking king shit to you.
Mm-hmm.
See that? Number one. I didn't need to buy the compendium to know who these characters were.
Go back to the Blood Syndicate real quick. Go back to the Blood Syndicate real quick.
One of my favorite super teams.
If you want to talk about the blackest motherfuckers of motherfuckery, Holocaust.
Holocaust.
If you read anything,
so bad they made him change his name.
Yeah.
So bad they made him change his name because some Jewish people was pissed off.
and I would have kept it. Let me tell you why. Holocaust is not the only word for you. Just like ghetto, nobody associates ghetto with Jews, even though it's originally a Jewish name.
It's a Yiddish word. It's a Jewish word. They ain't got shit to do with black folks.
But you put it to black folks because we didn't live in those places. Even the poorest of us lived pretty damn nice, especially back in the day. And it was like crazy because if you want to talk about you don't have any great anti-heroes who are black, Holocaust.
Holocaust was an awesome flame character. What
Yeah.
is that?
They made him change his name for real?
Yeah,
Oh,
that was why. The Jewish League got wind of that shit through DC about that character, and they got pissed off about it. So they changed his name from Holocaust to Pyre. Made him change his name because Holocaust was a gang leader.
Yeah.
He led the Blood Syndicate, and during that Big Bang, he got powers. He got flame powers, and he was going after white folks and shit.
Yeah. He did not give a fuck.
He gave little. He had
do
fuck with something he never had.
His distributions of giving out fucks was all out of order.
Because I know they did that in with the Marvel Holocaust character. I know they changed that character's name too, and I was like,
come out once, and mind you, that Marvel Holocaust character was after this one had to give up his name. Then Marvel had a Holocaust character who was Apocalypse's son in Age of Apocalypse. What a coinky dink about that.
Which I'm looking at it like this. You talking about characters where if you read these characters like obviously we have, Icon would not like a lot of black folks. He would call you actually lazy. He would call you cowardly. Hell, some of you disorderly. As a matter of fact, Rocket would be against you. Rocket would be against you because she thinks you're not doing enough activism.
Yeah, you're not enough of an activist. You're not enough into the community. Where's this fucking glare coming from? Son of a bitch. Yeah, there you go.
There you go, right there. Oh yeah.
Holocaust was a dude, man.
Yeah, he was that dude. That's one of my favorite characters from Miles. That's how you know Milestone. If I mention the word Holocaust and Milestone, what will that tell you? Oh, he read the book.
Well, just Tech 9.
Yeah, Tech 9 was that dude. When him and Holocaust got into it.
But see, the thing of it was, look, Wise Son was that dude too. And what was the deal with Wise Son? Wise Son was invulnerable, but he was like a Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
Gangster Muslim. So he was smart and shit. He would give you all them black facts and stuff like that. He'd kick your ass. You would kick your ass.
And I'd be like, I tell people that original run of Milestone was gritty. Very gritty.
Very gritty.
And when you read it, like everybody gushes over Miles Morales, but Miles Morales is to me, and I like Miles, but he's a low budget Static because Static paved the way for a lot of teenage. Goddamn, matter of fact, where were you motherfuckers for Cyborg?
Andrew Burrell. Should know who the fuck he is. There you go, Ernie. For your late, this is what I mean by latecomer millennial knowledge. You show up late to the party and want to be heralded as you know everything about the party, and you don't know shit about what was going on there.
That's what I told my son and his god brothers. I said, stop trying to quote me about who's this powerful. Did you read the fucking book? I literally have it in my closet. Read the fucking book. Why do you think I'm a Superman fan? Is it because, he's this? No, I read the fucking book. I said, once again, this is how boring writing has become. I said, first and foremost, most of your best fucking issues become movies.
Mm-hmm. You would
think about it. The Elite, Superman versus the Elite was one issue. I said, The Dark Knight Returns was only 4 books. And I said,
2 animated films.
Exactly. You motherfuckers. I was literally given the novel Dark Knight Returns that my parents gave me at what 9 years old. Even though I know they didn't read it because they would have gave it to me.
JT told me he needs to peruse my collection. Yeah, I got somebody who want to steal my collection from me. Think they taking that shit from my kids, and I told them that my kids will probably get my shit after I'm dead, and even then, they'll probably end up selling it because, like I was starting this stream talking about, they don't have the same connection to this shit that I do.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They just don't. So it's not going to be bad on me for them not having it necessarily. They just won't. They just won't have the same connection. There you go, JT.
Shadow Cabinet. Oh boy.
I told you I was reading all of this shit. And Ernie pulled his draws. I ain't trying to pull his card on that shit because you do your stream and you say what the fuck you say. But I know when this first compendium was coming out, he didn't know shit about Milestone. And he did a video talking about it, and he was woefully inaccurate. And I talked about it on my stream. I just didn't name his ass.
But since he wants to call out people, he's subject to the same treatment.
I guarantee
Is now.
I read Milestone before he did because I knew about Milestone back in elementary when a dude that I was friends with, dad, put us on to the original Static. And he had the comics, and he let us, when I went to his house one night to read them, he said, "Oh, here he pulled them out." He said, "Hey, these are the originals. Be careful." And we was reading them up.
Yep, when Static was wearing a Malcolm X hat from the movie.
Yeah, and he.
Oh yeah, for the Superman 1 homage.
Well, that's the Batman.
No, the Batman one, the Batman #1 homage.
Like I said, the point I'm making right now, I never needed this to know anything about Milestone. I never needed this. I already had Milestone, nigga. This is not new. It's new to you. It's old to some other folks.
Yeah, that's what I'll be telling the kids. I'll be like, yo, stop trying to preach to me something you weren't even born to see. Okay? Yeah. That's like I had to tell motherfuckers. I said, and I forget some of my friends are still in their mid to early 30s, except the ones who actually grew up with me in high school. I said, by the time 9/11 happened, I had 2 years in the Army. I was 19. I joined at 17. I said, so I want you to think about that timeline was. I was considered an old soldier 7 years ago. Hell, 15, like really 10 years ago, I would have been considered an old soldier. And I tell people, just lived experience alone and actually touching, feeling, reading, manifesting this shit. Yeah. Yeah.
Why, son? The White Wolf. That art on this cover was shit. But the story was decent.
And then you're not even getting organic stories that they're putting out now.
No, this was just plain and simply because I know Charles would know something about this.
Oh, I got a. Oh man, I remember. Oh my God, dude, you bringing back so many memories. He in my art book, he actually did a autograph, a picture of her.
One of my.
I gotta put that shit in glass.
One of my favorite covers is she. I told you, I'm a comic book fan, not just a Marvel DC fan. I'm a comic book fan.
Like, matter of fact, I even got a picture of fucking Ringo autograph and doing a quick picture of the thing in my book.
Yeah. So, and this is how you know my I don't have a fetish for Asian women. I just happen to like badass warrior women, and sometimes they're Asian.
And sometimes he doesn't mind being handcuffed with a ball in his mouth.
And here's another one to let you know that my love and knowledge of the Midnight Suns is not limited to what that bullshit video game came out and what y'all hint at.
Yeah.
What you hint at. The reason this cover is black and you can't really see what's going on, because during this story of the Midnight Suns, it had to do with the dark hole. And the dark hole is written on black paper. Dumb fucks. Dumb fucks.
Oh, that was the response to that idiot in your comments section that you showed me.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Matter of fact, let's not even go back to the New Warriors. Oh, that gritty artwork is so beautiful,
Bruh.
Look at the blood design. Back when they actually,
because this was a Siege of Darkness, and all that blood falling is from after when Blade went bad, and every cover after that was more blood falling on the cover till it just redded out the cover completely. First time they were called the Midnight Suns. I used to have this poster on my wall way back when. Yeah, you see, I got a Morbius book in there because he wasn't terrible, motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Another dark hole cover because it's all black.
What's the old saying? I will not argue with nobody who did not read Maximum Carnage.
I read that shit. I will argue with you of how fucking terrible it was, bro.
It was very terrible. Bad ending.
See? One of the Midnight Suns. You got Fox now. You can bring Morbius in and make him better.
Mm-hmm.
Moon Knight wasn't there. There you go. I had to go back and buy this one.
Oh yes, that cover.
Night Stalkers, #1. Why? With the poly bag cover.
Oh, that's how you do. If you didn't get the goddamn poly bag with the prism card, you knew was something special coming up.
Look, man, if you didn't get the poly bag cover with the card inside, with the top card inside,
the Topps card with the prism in it. Oh shit, you knew it was special.
Who's that? Is that Blade?
That's Blade.
Does that look like Wesley Snipes? No, it looks like Mario Van Peebles with a leather jacket on, doesn't it?
Yeah. Looks like his dad. Look like Mario's daddy.
Yeah, Melvin. look like Melvin Van Peebles, don't it? Yeah, I liked Blade for a long time. I didn't need the Blade movie to get on Blade and who the fuck this character was.
Matter of fact, I was one of the few people who went to the theater and knew it was a goddamn comic book character.
Me too. Midnight Massacre. That's why the covers was black. Midnight Massacre covers. And there you go. Just to prove the point. Now match that up to your current day depiction of what Blade looks like and tell me Wesley didn't make that character look a lot cooler.
He made it cool as fuck.
That's Blade, motherfucker. He does not look like Wesley. He looks like Melvin and people.
With the good hair.
With the good hair. With the katana blades and shit. No signature sword. No signature sword, just katanas.
It's katanas. Like he was still killing vampires. Still killing the fuck out of vampires.
There you go. There you go.
That's the one where you saw him in the Spider-Man animated series.
Yeah, this is when he went bad. That's what all that blood was for. You see, this cover has the blood at the top, very most at the top. That's when Blade went fucking kind of nuts, nigga. And he was going after everybody. Like, I'm tired of working with these supernatural motherfuckers. Fuck all of them. See that sword? That don't look like the sword of the Daywalker, does it? No, it's just a regular katana sword. He didn't have all that shit.
He didn't have all the cool guns. He didn't have all the cool gadgetry.
He made that character cool. The modern day version of Blade that everybody say they love is owed to Wesley. You need to give him his respect and credit for that shit. Because that's not what he was beforehand.
Yeah.
Look, there's Frank Drake.
By the way,
Hannibal King. That's Hannibal King.
By the way, if it wasn't for, people don't give Wesley his fucking due because he saved the comic book fucking industry. Single-handedly.
Yeah. He definitely saved movie making shit for them.
He saved the fucking industry because, boy, that was a gamble Blade was.
Shit. He proved that the Marvel characters could work if you took them serious.
Mm-hmm.
Because before then, Marvel movies, Marvel character movies like Captain America was big ass flops. Flops.
David Hasselhoff, Nick Fury, the Fantastic
That was
Four.
even after, right? But most of the other stuff beforehand, they were all really flops. They were only good for fans to watch it, and even then, it was bad, right? But Wesley proved if you took it seriously, modernized it, proof of concept of being things made away from the big studio was better. He made something that actually worked for them. Brought that character back to prominence so much so you can have him on the fucking Avengers now.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the popularity of the character, what he put out there in front of people. And sure, he was mixed up a little bit, the same way James Gunn remixed the Guardians a little bit. But it worked. It worked for an audience. New people who didn't know shit about this character. And it can sell now. The character can sell now. You can put him in something and sell it.
They literally made him they literally gave him a story arc where he took over the world.
Yeah.
If he wasn't a popular character, they would have done it.
For doing the same shit he had been doing, which was fucking up vampires and fighting Dracula. I'm going through my static books right now. 1 second. I want to get to what Charles was mentioning, and that was one of the newer covers.
My name's Blade, and I fight Blackulus. Yep. Right there, that cover. They literally, and that wasn't, and they took the cover, the original cover,
and covered. This is the original cover before they put out the ones where they had to cover the shit up. Hold on.
Yep. So Static, thank God the cartoon came out, and shout out to Phil Lamar. Got to meet him too, man. I had to give him his blessings.
And shout out to Stand Up Comics because this is where I bought that shit from.
Mm-hmm.
So my relationship with that comic book store went back a ways. But this is what they had to do to change it because this is the changed cover, right? This is what the cover was supposed to be.
Yep.
Right? But they were so shocked by that cover because Static was so popular, they made them put this on there. So that's how they got around it. Instead of wrapping your fucking cover in brown paper bag like you at a porn shop or some shit like that.
Yeah.
They made them do something, and this is what they did to cover that up.
But yet you have more provocative covers. You literally had fucking Speedy with a fucking needle in his fucking arm. And that was like, what, in the late 70s, early 80s? I got that in my collection. You had literally.
Boy, you can still smell it.
Smell that.
It's not paper. It's not necessarily paper. But it got that good. You see how I keep my shit. That motherfucker, boy, you can cut bread with this comic.
No, that's flatter than a white woman's ass.
Right.
You see the back. Look, the back. You can still even see the Val Kilmer Batman Forever poster on the back of that. On the back of that comic. That's how clean it is.
That's so clean. You can see the bat nipples.
No staining on my board, man. By that good shit. I might have just opened the Ark of the Covenant right now.
You know, you can see the dust come up. You can see the gas come out that shit.
Right.
If your face start melting, I'll let you know.
You know, the motherfucker got the CO2 come out of that.
Well, you saw how I was handling it, right? That's a comic book fan. That's a comic book fan. You saw that was a dude that worked in the comic shop. You saw how I was handling it, like gloves on.
I'm surprised you got the gloves. That's what I'm about to say. You got to have the gloves and shit.
Yeah, I didn't get my rubber gloves out. But
you're supposed to go through the desanitation chamber first, with spray you down.
Right.
and then nigga Raj you.
And who remember when this happened? Yo, modern milestone fans know anything about this?
Hell no.
Anything about that? They know anything about the Friend becoming Static for a hot minute?
Hmm?
No. Oh well, they got little knowledge, don't they?
Because it
No,
wasn't in a
they go by
cartoon or a movie, artist, and that's why.
the cartoon, man. And I said, first of all, what type of powers? This is how you know. What type of powers does Static have? Well, he got electrical powers. I said he has the same abilities as Magneto.
He is Magneto, nigga.
He's magnet.
All
He
the
is
same stuff you see Magneto can do, he can do. And here's the difference: he's younger than Magneto, so he has more potential.
Well, that's the thing that one of the things that um, Ernie actually got right in his recent video about somewhat the importance of why DC does what it does with milestone characters is that they only bought milestone for Static because Static was popular. Static at the time it came out is what Marvel tries to build with Miles Morales right now. He was a popular character that was like Spider-Man. That's why Static was so popular. He was like a Spider-Man level. He was a teenager who got these powers. And he had wildly powerful powers, and he was smart. Miles is not an idiot. He's a smart kid, right? So if you want to look at it in this way, Miles is Marvel's ripoff of Static to do the same thing. Just make him look like Spider-Man, right? To try to capture that same audience that has been left languishing since the 90s with the popularity of Static and Milestone Comics going away. DC bought them because they were the distributors of Milestone Comics, but they kept fucking them on the distribution. That's why they were able to come in and buy them. That's why DC bought them and not Marvel or Image or something like that. That's why DC bought them, because DC was the one responsible for putting their comic books out in stores. And they just kind of fucked them on that a bit. So they took them for Static and put them characters on the shelf just so they can pinch off of them every once in a while. So this whole campaign about if you don't buy this DC retold history of Milestone, you're not going to see it no more. You wasn't never supposed to see it anymore, Negro. They've been doing that. They've been putting them on the back burner and not putting them out. Not because they're not viable, because they don't want to push them. It's better than the characters they pushing right now.
Yeah, and then here's the crazy part. You have so many compelling stories. You have so many compelling stories you could still talk about. If you're telling me you have the liberal rocket with the ultra conservative icon, and people always talk about icon, like nigga, most of you probably wouldn't even like icon.
You would.
If you really knew what his views were. He sure wouldn't be for Kamala Harris or Biden. So I would just tell him, like, look,
he would be the first one calling her a bed wench.
Yeah. He would say it. He would say we got names for women like that back in my day.
And Artisan, I think you actually you basically cracked the code as to why I never really gravitated to Miles like that, was because he was that Static. He was. I said because I never wondered. I said I just never appealed to me is because I actually was familiar with Static, and so now it's clicking in my brain. I'm like, that's probably why I never gravitated.
Now here's the thing: I enjoy Miles for what Miles is. Right? He's a younger Spider person. Peter can be his mentor. That's fine. But make no mistake about it, he has never been anything but Marvel's version of Static. That's all he's ever been.
He's the closest to it.
He's the closest to it. If you go down everything that's an attribute of Static and go down everything that's the attribute of Miles, it's the same shit. Because I already know that Marvel and DC, number one, hate competition. And number two, steal. They copy each other or other comics. That's what they do. They'll ruin other comic books and other comic book companies to take those ideas and bring them onto their characters.
If you can't be original, if you can't be better, steal and cheat.
Yeah.
They'll even do it within their own companies. Because, like how you talked about the Cyclops, about where he had to go with his dad and he lost his powers.
Mhm.
Guess what the premise of this new Cyclops run is? He don't have control of his powers.
Yeah. I saw Rob did a video on it about him running up against Pierce and the Reavers again.
Yeah.
And he is falling from a plane, apparently, and hit his head on a tree. I don't know how you make that work after we live in the world post Bo DeMayo in X-Men 97 when we just saw Cyclops jump out of the Blackbird without a parachute, nigga. He good.
He good.
He should not be falling through the sky and hitting his head on a tree. Okay.
And he was smiling coming through the sky.
Yeah, wasn't worried. Unbothered. That nigga was unbothered.
Yeah, well, he didn't eject. I'm still trying to figure out how because I'm reading the issue. It's basically a Quinjet refurbished by Beast because Beast now is refurbishing Quinjets for like the Avengers and Shield and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like on some side hustle thing, and I'm like,
he was
you didn't. Yeah, and I'm like, why you just didn't hit the seat ejector, cuz? Like, what we the ejector seat, cuz? Like, what we doing?
Yeah,
and so he gets crashes and he hits his head on a damn tree, and so he loses control of his powers. I'm like, so, and I had to go refresh my memory because I had forgot about the whole Emma Frost in Astonishing X-Men where she basically helped him. I was like, I forgot about that shit because I'm so used to him not controlling it.
Well, because his whole thing is him about having his visor. You can't take his visor from him for very long. Right?
Yeah.
It may be interesting to have a Cyclops where he doesn't need his visor anymore, but that is part and parcel of the character, right? So you can't have him not have his visor. He's not recognizable without it. It's like Iceman not turning into an ice form. Oh, I'm gonna just freeze up my hand. So what?
It's like Wolverine without a claw.
Yeah, Wolverine without the claws out. Like, come on, bro. Yeah, okay, we know you can do just your hand, but we need to see the whole ice body, Bobby. I'm sorry. That's part of the gig.
That's what makes you kind of that's your stick.
That's your thing. Yeah, that's your stick. You're like the Hulk not turning green. Like, so what are you, just a thing? Strong guy? Who the fuck are you now, Maul?
I am the muscular. Hulk could turn black. So wait a minute. If he turns black, is that considered blackface?
Yeah, because we know Bruce Banner is white as fuck.
But yeah. Hulk, I'm not feeling comfortable. But Hulk black too. He done with cause.
Hulk black too. Phil, you're no, the fuck you don't, man.
No, you don't. Can I say no? You cannot. No, you cannot. Hulk does not want to make you feel uncomfortable. Hulk already made me feel uncomfortable. Take that black shit off.
Now, this is the other reason I'll tell you why DC bought Milestone and why you never see, until this resurgence of Milestone recently, DC had them motherfuckers sitting on the shelf forever.
Worlds collide.
Newer and better characters who could match up and be more. Milestone characters were more socially relevant. They were more in tune with what was going on in the world at that time.
Mm-hmm.
This is why you can't get that shit. This is why that new book that they put out, all it does is do this again with a DC slant.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the Milestone characters stood down. The Milestone characters would never fucking stand down, you asshole.
That made no sense during Lex Luthor's run as president. That made no sense.
They wouldn't give a fuck about Lex Luthor, and they damn sure wouldn't be standing down. And Icon and Hardware would be the two that really wasn't for that shit. Really wasn't for it at all. But that's your sanitized PC progressive version of Milestone. Because Milestone characters wasn't about that, nigga. They wouldn't have been standing down to the white man. What the fuck are you talking about? That goes against the whole impetus of the making a comic book company.
Yeah, it was about standing up.
If you don't buy this, if you don't make this popular, they gonna put Milestone away. Motherfucker, you sound like the goddamn coon right now because they've been had Milestone put away. They only released it to give you this shit.
It's
And
on
the
the shelf.
shameful
The fuck up.
and the shameful part about it is this is what I said before. Last time we talked about the Ernie and the Rob thing. You quick to call out Rob, but let's talk about some of the bullshit you were doing.
Yeah, that's why I've never been one. Oh, just so y'all, in case y'all didn't know, Rocket had a sidekick too. She stepped down for a while. This is Rocket 2. See if these motherfuckers know about this next week.
Oh yeah, and why did Rocket
Put
step
out
down?
their ass like they always knew it. Like,
And by the way,
there you
why
go.
did
There you
Rocket
go.
step? Why? And
There you
also
go.
ask the question: Why did she step down?
Mm-hmm.
That'll tell you why. If you really read the books, you would know why she stepped down.
The
What
only
book?
reason that people want to make Rocket relevant right now, this is when she put the mask back on. And this is why she took the mask off.
She's a single mother.
Same shit that DC is trying to use right now to peddle them characters and press you into, you got to support these, or we going to put them away. We'll put them the fuck away then. You ain't using them right anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You
So
only
I
use
have
it like they
Ryan
put
McDuffie.
Rocket.
Go ahead. One of y'all first.
Yeah, they put Rocket in the freaking in the Young Justice show, and she
Yeah.
had a kid in that show. I'm like, okay,
Because that's their selling point for Rocket, is her being a single mother. That was what made the character relevant for the time frame it was in, Gen X, single mother epidemic. But that wasn't the whole that didn't encompass the whole personality of the character.
Mm-hmm.
The character was the one who cared about her damn society. So y'all may be looking and seeing an icon. That's not an icon. I'm not telling you who it is. Read a fucking book. Not gonna tell you who the fuck that was. I know. It's one of my favorite characters. I'm not telling you who the fuck it was. Read a book. Figure it out. If you can find it. These are some of the ones that you had to be there at the time to get them.
Yeah, you can't find them. They've been on those are the ones that are on the shelf somewhere.
These are not in somebody's back issue bins right now. Trust me. There you go, JT. You peruse some of the collection. You peruse the original Gen 1, Volume 1 Icon Run with the card in it. just so you know, with the card in it.
With the card in it. Oh yeah, better way.
And the poly bag.
Oh, got the prism. Got the prism cover.
They got the poly bag.
Oh man. I mean, you got to think about it. If you're a black character with great power, both Marvel and DC gonna put your black ass on the shelf.
They're gonna put you on the shelf.
That's what I like to call. That's
They'll put you on the shelf and give you a version of them that they can control.
Yep, that's what I like to call it. It's like I call that comic book lynching.
Mm-hmm. What up, UFO? Now, the funny part was when I heard the story, because I watched Rob's video and I watched Ernie's video for this DC history, the Dakota incident shit. Yeah, it did read like this motherfucker just copied the Blue Marvel story and threw Milestone in it and then threw DC stuff on top of it. Because the DC heroes are the one who come in and calm all this shit down. We here to help you black folk. You just fall in line. We'll keep an eye on it. But if you just fall in line, everything will be okay. Okay, yeah, we'll stop doing our superhero thing. You're right, President Lex. You can blackmail all our families and shit. And we'll just sit it down. We'll try to do some community outreach stuff. That is the difference between white folks loving Malcolm X and loving Martin Luther King and despising Malcolm X or being afraid of the Panthers. That's the difference. They like the ones that seem safe. The motherfuckers that are getting their face, they don't like those. They don't like those.
See,
and that book showed me, that Dakota incident book showed me, is they want you to support this pacified version. That's what they want you to support. Not the original shit that wasn't pacified and wasn't bowing down to DC characters and none of that shit. No, not those. They new version that they put out that will sit their ass down. Take off their costumes.
So wait a
Matter of
minute.
fact, one of the best fucking issues when Icon put 5 across Superman's lip.
Yeah.
So they wait a minute. They basically did what everybody be making fun of, what they do with the black superheroes. They turned them into Gordon Good Brothers and Soulful Saints.
Yes. Read the book. I haven't bought the book. I will go to a comic book store and buy the book. I'm off tomorrow. Maybe I'll find one. Right. But if you listen to Rob's video and listen to Ernie's video, Rob did more intensive. You know, the coon actually did a longer video than the person supposed to know it all about the comic. And if you listen to the both of them, which I do, I take both sides of the story. All I'm seeing in this shit is that new version of Milestone that has come out recently, DC is trying to pressure you into liking it, or you won't get any more of it. And if you've been reading Milestone for a long time, from the inception to now, you will understand that this newer one is kind of pacified. That's not the way the characters were. But they're trying to bring your ass in line to get with these progressive ideas with these characters. The Milestone characters that I know from what I was reading would never have stood down, especially not to know fucking Lex Luthor. Fuck you. You don't come to Dakota running shit, nigga. Because the original Milestone characters are on some black empowerment shit. They would not be standing down to the white man. That was Rocket's whole thing about checking Augustus Freeman in the third about not being out there helping these goddamn people. She was in his face like Killmonger was in Black Panther's face. Nigga, you ain't doing enough.
Wasn't he the fourth?
Third, fourth, whatever. The fuck, it's the same dude. So you can have numbers behind his name.
Yeah, you're your daddy's son.
Yeah. No, that's my grandfather. So I'm the 15th.
It's the fact that you look at people think Rocket and Icon was not Batman and Robin.
No.
Not even close. She challenged him. She challenged him.
That's why I showed that last cover where she looked at him in the face. Because that's pretty much how it was, motherfucker. Yeah, it was the Icon and Rocket book. But Icon had to be checked sometime. He had to be brought to the humanity part of this shit. Like, you're not doing it. You are not doing enough. You understood you could be a symbol?
Yeah.
No, bro.
Yeah, that's like
a lot more. We need to be doing
like, some of the best stories is when they were checking each other. She was checking
him and he was checking her.
Just like he made her step down for being Rocket. No, you're a mother. Yeah, you got more important shit to do.
You will not be out here doing the superhero shit. What do you mean? You're not gonna be doing this. It's not safe for the baby. You being irresponsible. Nigga, who you talking to? I'm an alien.
You already irresponsible.
You look black. Who the fuck you talking to?
You already irresponsible. You're a single mother. You're a teenage mother.
Yeah, exactly. You're irresponsible. Don't talk to me about responsibilities.
Like, I've been here since goddamn slavery. How many out there babies you think I got? None.
There you go. I can show it to you in this because I'm not opening up the original episode or original issue. That motherfucker flew. She see that motherfucker can fly. And he just had a robe on. But that big ass, my cape finishes off 100 miles behind me shit, that is iconic. And they don't do that all the time with him, but that is iconic. He gotta have that big ass M cape flowing out, nigga. That shit needs to be.
You gotta have that James Brown flowing.
Yeah, like Spawn and James Brown. That shit need to be flowing, man. It needs to crest up like an M. That was it's a subtle thing, art wise, signature wise, but that's how Icon's cape needs to be all the time. It needs to flow up in that shape of that M, so you get that milestone.
Yeah, he was good. You got the cross colors too. Good God.
that red, black, and green, red, black, and green, and yellow means
That
something.
was like,
If you understand that shit, it means something. That's why when DC tried to bring Milestone back the first time, and people got wind of it, they had changed his costume, didn't have them colors no more. It was kind of trying to push some feminine gay shit. Did not work. They canceled that shit before it came out because they was getting so much pushback before it even showed up in an issue. They canceled that. Went back, reworked it, got Denise Cowan a little bit, and Reggie Hudlin, and then they put out this next version of it, which has been better.
I mean, it reminds me that like a year or two ago when they did with the New Warriors, they wanted all this super woke shit with Marvel. I'm like, did you motherfuckers read the New Warriors in the fucking 90s?
No.
No. You don't know who Night Thrasher is? The leader of the team's black.
I've been reading that shit since issue 1.
Exactly. Speedball. What was he, Jewish? He was Jewish, I think.
He was, no. Marvel Boy was Jewish. And he was being abused by his father. He put his father through a fucking wall, and he went to prison. He went and did some time. He did some jail time. He was just a telekinetic, right?
Everybody on that team had a pass.
Richard Rider, reason I like Nova is because of reading the New Warriors. He had lost his powers for a long time. And he didn't get them back until the first episode where Night Thrasher had his ass up on the roof by the throat and threw his ass off a building because he understood who he was and was trying to get him to, come back to this fold, join my goddamn team. We can do some good in this city. Oh no, I'm nobody. Okay, niggas. Threw his ass off a building and woke up those powers within him again, and then quickly slammed his ass to the ground to talk to him. That was my entrance to Nova, Richard Rider Nova. That character grew from that point on to becoming a character that you can have people talking about, man, you should put him in a movie. Because before then, he was nobody. That was a nobody character. That whole team was full of throwaway nobody characters that ended up being a team that you could see working next to the Avengers, like a Teen Titans for Marvel, but they never really pushed it that hard like that. They turned them into this goofy shit. And that Stanford incident just ruined the team completely.
Yeah. That was terrible.
Ruined it. The version right before that went into that Stanford shit was a joke. That New Warriors team was a fucking joke. The Stanford incident just destroyed it completely. Like, good, thank you, because this was bullshit. I don't know what the fuck you was doing. You took something that was actually good, and serious, and you can actually do some stories with and use these characters and turn it into something fucking comical. Yeah, they should die. They should. They should have died.
At least they turned Speedball into penance.
That's the only thing that good.
Hey, not being a badass character, but the Speedball character always had potential, but you need writers with imagination to write this character.
Yeah.
It was happening in the original New Warriors run, Volume 1, New Warriors run. See what goes on with Speedball, with some of the stuff with the time travel and stuff like that, and how his powers and stuff like that work. It got really interesting, dude. Like, you could do a lot with this.
Yeah.
They fought off just to make him a goofy Spider-Man knockoff, bouncing around and stuff. He came out of Spider-Man comics, but they made him into a fucking knockoff.
Well, that's to Joe Herb's comment when they talk about the black writers that write. I said because they aren't fucking imaginative enough, and they want to only use the black people that's on this liberal social justice tip. And it's like, dude, you got to actually do something with the character other than just stay in the social justice tip. You got to put them in a world where they're fighting shit that actually makes them relatable, not just to black people, but to everybody for a second. Then you can interject the black stuff into it.
Right. Like it or not, the social justice shit is wearing thin on people. Even black people getting tired of hearing that same refrain. Because they know it's a hustle. It's a half-ass hustle now. So everybody's not for it. They're feeling it in inauthenticity in the shit. That's why they don't want to read it. Your character has to have something more than that going on. There has to be something more than that going on. It's like reading about characters that only care about their genitals the whole time, and we supposed to be talking about the X-Men. Well, fuck who's different divergent lifestyle y'all into? What does that have to do with the X-Men? With
Everybody
mutants,
banging.
you know,
Like I got,
almost
like I
superior.
got,
What the fuck?
I got 3 heads, 1 shaft. Ooh, look at this helicopter. You know, I just look at the original New Warriors run. You had a chick in braces who was kicking people's ass. She was literally the definition of handy capable. I mean, you had rage. You had, like, God, man, you had. You know what?
Put it this way,
Sometimes
I'll give you the rundown because I even liked Hindsight Lad in that shit. Hindsight Lad as a character actually grew too. If you don't know who Hindsight Lad is, just read some old New Warriors books and you'll find out who Hindsight is, right? He's funny. But you had Turbo in that shit, who got that turbo suit. And then you had the brother and sister who were using the turbo suit was good. I think for a hot minute you had one of the power pack in it. But the core members of the team, Night Thrasher, Namorita, Nova, Speedball, Marvel Boy. That was the top 5. That was the 5. And Silhouette, 6. That was the core. That was the core of the team. And that was a solid fucking team. And all of them were somebody's kid version of a character. But the stories were so good, they built those characters up. Like Nova went from being Kid Nova or Richard Rider from Earth on Xandar, this little shitty ass character, to becoming, oh, this is Nova Prime, nigga. This is Nova Prime. I'm still on the Warriors, but you know, I gotta go out to space to deal with some shit. I'll be back.
Fighting the nihilists and every shit.
That's the same Richard Rider, nigga. But he grew from the time on being with the Warriors. Firestar was on the team too. That was the other one. Another mutant that, you know, the X-Men kind of threw away, but was being used on this team effectively. Namorita, Namor's cousin, same kind of powers and strength level. Man, them stories was awesome. Those were awesome fucking stories. And it was all teenagers. So that was your at that time, that was your version of the Teen Titans in Marvel. And they haven't been pushed like that since. They've been pushed as goofy kids since then. Not serious.
Like the Scooby-Doo detective agency or some shit.
Yeah. And that's why that Stanford team, the team that went into that Stanford explosion, needed to fucking die. They needed to die because that was the shittiest fucking team of New Warriors I'd ever seen. Because mind you, I told you, I was on these characters from issue 1, first volume.
Mm-hmm.
I got that whole run. So every version that they've jumped to, I've read it. And I only got really pissed when they tried to come out with that safe space and all that rest of that shit. That's when I was really like, you know, fuck you. Stop it.
Yeah, anybody who read the first volume, anybody who read the first volume of New Warriors and saw that, you were not just pissed, you were insulted down to the core. And I'm like, you already had the diversity team. You had people who were Jewish, who were black, who were handicapped. You know, I mean, you had every literal walk of life. They just did their fucking job. And what makes it really bad when they did the safe space shit, you gave them ridiculous powers. Like, look, then it's funny, right? You can write all shapes, colors, sizes, male or female, whatever character you want. We'll go by the litmus test, like we said earlier. If you close your eyes and you hear either the audible or you take the pictures away and you read it yourself, and that's how they used to make covers back then. Look at that shit. Doesn't that make you want to buy a book?
Well, yeah, it's the first issue. And it's showing you everybody who's in the book, all the books that they may have come out of. And these are the new characters.
Yep.
That was the team. That was the squad.
That was Namor's cousin right there.
Mm-hmm. Namorita, Richard Rider Nova, Speedball. This was the first book he was in after it was a Amazing Spider-Man annual where he showed up. Then he had his own solo book, which I had the first issue of because I bought that shit off a rack in Corcoran. And then this was the first team he was on.
Oh
So
yeah, I forgot Firestar was on this team. God damn.
Yeah. Two mutants. Firestar and Marvel Boy were actually mutants, but they weren't on the X-Men.
Yep, and she was made originally for Spider-Man's Amazing Friends.
Yep, for the cartoon.
She was Harley Quinn before Harley Quinn. No, that's a cover right there.
And that's the cover of the later team. 25 issues in, this was the squad. Silhouette, Dark Hawk, which is cool. Rage, which was cool, who was also an Avenger. And then Vance after Marvel Boy after he came back from prison and he was calling himself Justice.
Dark Hawk was the shit in the 90s too.
Dark Hawk, badass too.
Oh, wait a minute. Y'all didn't like the little fat Native American girl from the new team that could pull powers out of a backpack?
You know what, Beastly Nerd? I ain't never say this to you. Go fuck yourself 3 times in 3 ways. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself royally. I mean, have God Save the King being played when you fuck yourself. You need to fuck yourself. like I'd have looked at this bitch. Who are you, the backpacker? Like,
that character made me want to laugh.
You know, that character looks so sad, right?
How we put this motherfucker on the Summer Jam screen so we understand that Beastly Nerd was the one who said that shit, y'all. We just need Charles. We just need Charles to sit up there and look at this motherfucker like he is.
You know what? When they showed that chick,
for real,
when they showed that chick, right? It's the same thing. If you ever did any training of anybody, you never want your personal trainer to look like they need a personal trainer. Your superhero should not look like they need a superhero. God damn. Like, how you gonna rescue me and you win it?
That was your female body positivity representation. And didn't they try to say she was the leader of the fucking team?
Yeah. No, that was your Dora the Explorer with the magical backpack bullshit.
Dora let herself go.
Yeah, she did let herself go. This is when I started getting off the team. This run.
See that goofball shit right there? Like
this was like version 3 or 2. This is when they started making Speedball more goofy, when the character had evolved a lot more. This is when they started making Namorita look a bit different. They got this dude Aegis on here, which is a new character. He's black, but not Night Thrasher. They changed up Turbo a little bit to make her suit look different. And then they gave Nova this goofy ass Party City fucking costume, which I fucking hated. This is when I started getting off of them. This is like second, third version of the team.
Late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, when they tried to restart the shit, I'm like, this is not it. This is not this. That is not the same. It's not the same, bro. I'll read it, but I lasted on that shit for a little while. I think the only good thing that came out of that team was they put Scarlet Spider on that team, which was cool. I like Scarlet Spider on that team. He needed a home. But
you know, as I call it, Marvel and DC, where all your favorite heroes go to die.
Unfortunately, all the ones with potential go to die or be squandered on some shit.
I just look at that and I said, you know, we literally went through an age, right? Where, and we're going through that age again. Notice it's 20 years ago, right? 20 years ago, you had the Ultimate Universe and All-Star fucking DC having better books than the original continuity.
In the main line, yeah. Mainline continuity was trash.
20 years later.
Original stories from the offshoot books because the main line was so saturated with bullcrap.
20 years later, Ultimate Marvel, and what do they call DC? Oh, Absolute DC are telling better stories in the main lines.
In the main line.
And I told people, I said, you take these characters and let's say, hell, take some of the shit that I wrote, and hopefully, I know you're busy, so you'll get to it when you read it.
Yeah, I just got down to. So.
You just got home, literally. You fighting the evil battle with a brisket.
Brisket lost, though.
Brisket lost.
Brisket lost.
He was a mighty foe. But I was victorious in my efforts.
That sounds like a better comic book issue than what the fuck Marvel's putting out.
Yeah, and I'll send you a couple of chapters I'm writing up. I'm using ChatGPT properly because I'm writing all the shit, but I'm the one, and it's just helping me format it. So
I'm telling you, stop sharing that shit with everybody and just fucking write it. God damn it!
Yeah, I'm just writing.
Write that shit. Get it written.
I'm just writing it.
I like finished products.
I'm just writing. I'm just writing it, motherfucker. I'm just writing. Shit, I got nothing but time any damn way. It's funny because when you let characters develop the one character you said you like, he's interesting because he's a man of little words. So when he actually says something that's actually funny or impactful, it carries weight. When you take away what people grew in the character progression they have, it's like you can't. It's like watching Dragon Ball. You can't see Vegeta not be a father.
Mm.
That's a major part of his story arc. Why he did certain stuff because he's a family man. It's like guts without. It's like guts without having his fucking arm bit off. Like he had to cut off his arm.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. I'm sorry to cut you off. This was the team that needed to die. This was the team that went into that Stanford explosion that started the whole Civil War shit. This team.
Oh, yeah.
This is the one that needed to die.
I remember now.
This shitty ass part. Kill these fucking characters, dude.
You telling me
they make Night Thrasher look goofy than a motherfucker?
Goofy. But what do you see when you look at this? What I see is Teen Titans Go.
Yeah, it's goofy as fuck.
Goofy. They're trying to copy a cartoon. Like, oh fuck.
You telling me none of the heroes and villains could have put their money together and had Sabretooth hunt them down?
No shit. Like, I'm sure Bullseye is expensive, but he would have did it. Deadpool would have did it for cheap.
Yeah, I mean Bullseye would have shook your hand and just said thank you for. You would have gave Bullseye
public service. I do it as a public service.
You know what? You would have gave Bullseye $50 and a 2 for $5 from fucking Burger King. He would have gladly done it. Like, can we get Deathstroke? Can we do a crossover? Deathstroke killed the New Warriors.
And the biggest insult to me, Charles, was how they did Night Thrasher. These motherfuckers was on a reality show. They were trying to make their own reality show. I'm like, what? No. This team needed to die. They needed to die. I hated this book. I was completely off of the New Warriors from here for what they did with this shit. I was like, they were one of my favorite team books. You go from this fighting Sphinx to that goofy shit. We need a reality show. Warriors. Fuck you. Oh, here's that one you were talking about. Yeah. Oh my God. The new.
There it is.
The NU Warriors. Yeah, the NU Warriors. You're out of your fucking mind. I'm sorry.
What was the vampire one? B negative or some shit like that?
Yeah. Yeah. I put that dude, the creator of these books, I put his ass on the Summer Jam screen when I went off about that shit and did my video about it. I put his face on the screen. So you see the goofy ass white boy who thought this shit up, that thought this was a good idea. Like you,
the non-binary
yeah, you need to have your ass kicked. You need to be recognized in places of business everywhere as the person who don't need to be near a book. Like Ryan Johnson in Star Wars, nigga. You need your poster put up. No. Persona not grata, not welcome here.
You telling me a cool ass picture like this? Go back to that.
That was like version 5 or something like that.
You talking about a cool ass? Doesn't that make you want to read the book again just from the cover?
Yeah.
It just makes you. It just looks. It gives you a new feel, but it also pays homage to the original book. Issue 1, like we saw them bursting through the goddamn comics where they all got their origins. Now go back to the goofy fat bastard Stanford motherfucker. They got fucking Night Thrasher looking like a puny, like like a streaker. What the fuck is look up? I thrashed you.
Beautiful, yeah. Right. So there's the NU Warriors one, right? This is another version of the team with Scarlet Spider and Sam Alexander Nova on the team. This is the one where they're trying to make it look more like the Young Justice team, right? You got original core members on there, Speedball, Justice, but then you got Namorita, but then a lot of other newer characters on there. Sam Alexander was an okay add-on, right? But I really did like Scarlet Spider in that shit. This New Warriors version was trash. Absolute fucking trash.
Yeah, Night Thrasher looking like Ebon from fucking the Static Shock show.
Yeah.
You know, he looks like
when you see it, you can't unsee it.
no.
I'll put you that way. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it.
They gave him a trench coat. They gave my nigga a trench coat.
Yeah. These look like fucking grown-ups. This is the formation of the team right here. Are you with me? After their first mission. This is in the book. This is right from the book. First mission. Are you with me? All these people look like adults. Or at least teenagers that are about to be adults.
Yeah.
This super sensitive, moist ass shit right here. The fuck is that team?
Like they those are twins and they look like they're dating each other.
Yeah, this look like some Lannister shit going on with these motherfuckers.
Like, what the fuck?
Well,
Jamie and Cersei?
They artisan that they are influenced by their genitals. So it wouldn't be surprised me that if they had did this story, it would have probably happened somewhere along the way. Just because
make this shit float.
You know what?
They can float and knock somebody, not with this big burly one, but if they can float and knock somebody, then they would.
You know what?
There you go.
Oh my god!
Look, you can't even see Night Thrasher is actually black because they make sure you can't see his eyes. You can see Rage, but Rage got them sweetie boy lips on him like he just got finished sucking one off.
Jesus Christ! It's sweet mother McCree. God damn! Oh, I mean, look at this shit. Those motherfuckers look like they need to be saved by Jesus, Buddha, Allah, all the gods.
Somebody God needs to save their soul.
Like I mean, they look like they need to be crucified. Like you look at these fucks and you like, no, they can't save us. No,
you can't. And the guy said he was a fan of the New Warriors. I was like, not doing shit like that. You ain't.
That's like.
I said he wasn't a fucking fan. You were not a fan. I don't give a fuck what you wrestling people. I know you were a fan.
That's like the guy saying, I was a fan of the original Thundercats show, and you gave us Thundercats Roar. You know how one of the most from an artistic standpoint.
Well,
from an artistic standpoint, the opening theme of the shit should be in a fucking museum. It was so fucking beautiful. And you give us this piece of that tells you don't have talent. Number one, I look at this shit like R&B music, which is dead. You wonder why people can't sing anymore. Think about this. It's the same thing when I looked at a documentary back in the 40s or 50s. You had school choir. Your parents most likely had a musical instrument or piano in the house. So you had practice there. You had choir practice at church. You had doo-wops on the goddamn side of the street before we sold drugs on it. I mean, you had so many goddamn hours of practice before you even went on a concert. You had 10,000 hours of singing. I want you to think about look at animation now and look at animation back like when you had the 80s cartoons, when you had the 80s to 90s anime. And you're like, what the fuck? You motherfuckers are not talented. You have this Steven Universe artistic bullshit art style, which is very lazy and very cheap, and it's so bad you can't even make action figures out of them.
Overly cartoonish style.
Well, my thing is, it's always about what you were influenced by, right? You have to be influenced by some good stuff to actually produce some good stuff in a sense. And it shows like you are what you eat. It shows what you've been consuming. Shitty products. That's all it's showing me. You've been consuming shitty products. And that's what you think it is. It's not, but that's what you think it is. Yeah. That's unfortunate for you because a lot of this stuff that I have read has been good. I've read crap too. Make no mistake about it. I've read crap, but I've read good stuff too. Like this is this is a cover of a new Warriors book with the Psionics. This is a villain team that they fought against. An impulse that was super fast, but he could go after you and kill you. Diamond Head, I forgot what this character's name was like Mist or some shit. This looks like a team fight. This looks like the Teen Titans. This does not look like the Teen Titans. This looks like Teen Titans Go cartoon.
That looks like we got Teen Titans at home.
Yeah, because every time we try to put somebody overweight in it, and they're not the Blob from the X-Men comic books.
It's like going to Instagram or a dating website. I hate to be rude, I hate to be ignorant, but this is the place to be. If I wanted to date, overweight chicks, all I gotta do is walk outside my house in about less than 5 minutes. I could get about three of them.
Go
I
to
don't
Walmart.
want to. I don't want to see overweight people as your superhero unless it makes sense.
No.
You're supposed to give the idealism of the ultimate man and woman in those books. Now, if you can write it in a story that makes sense and we actually enjoy these characters, guess what? We all love Foggy, and Foggy was nowhere built like a superhero.
No.
But
But
Foggy
that
plays
wasn't
an
the
important
appeal.
part.
Yeah, that wasn't the appeal of Foggy, right?
So
Like,
that's a book.
that looks like a
But,
superhero team.
Yeah,
That looks like a
but,
team.
but Charles, it doesn't represent the modern audience, and it's not realistic standards.
well, fuck them and tell them to go to a gym.
Here we go, Beast. Here we go.
Fuck them and tell them to go to a gym. Look. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to tell my friend that shit today. When I said I've noticed that you have skinnier dudes and bigger women. I said, look, it's one thing if they really happy the way they are, but you're fucking miserable. You're the ones who can't go back to that picture, right? That's either Jimenez or that's Perez who did that art because they have very similar art styles.
It might have been an influence. I took it down. But go
And
ahead.
because I know that art style because when they were doing Wonder Woman, it was very similar. And it was like you could see that very sharp, crisp art style from Jimenez or Perez. And when you saw that art style, you knew they gave a fuck about the characters. You knew they gave a fuck about the characters. And here's the part about doing fantasy. Fantasy is not supposed to be representative of the real world.
It's not.
That's why it's called fantasy.
It's called fantasy.
Fantasy.
Look,
It's a
it's
fantasy.
called fantasy. Guess what? I don't go to comic books to go see about my dumbass life.
No,
Okay.
that's not what I'm tuning into this shit for, dude. I can live my life. I don't need to watch it on
I
screen.
mean, the
You
fact
know,
that one of the things that plays into the whole Batman fantasy is that when he's not Batman, he's billionaire Bruce Wayne. He's a goddamn billionaire. That's
he's a
the other fantasy element about the character too.
he's a billionaire. What's your superpower? I'm rich.
Yeah.
Like goddamn, like
Look,
like my homeboy once said. He said, "You heard of that new game?" I said, "What's the game?" He says, "It's called Life. The graphics are off the hook, but the story sucks." you know,
And like I said, and if you notice, a lot of your superheroes also have that characteristic that they are also billionaires. They're not millionaires. They're some of the
not
richest
regular
people on the.
Yeah, they're not
Yeah,
regular people. They're not
yeah,
even regular. They're not even regular people in their regular lives. They're
yeah.
not.
yeah.
Okay.
Like,
So no.
think about it, right? Like, Bruce Banner is one of the smartest people on earth.
That was a good story, y'all. Y'all may not have read that shit. That was a good story.
Like,
Fury of Evil Boy. He was
oh,
getting
yeah.
his ass. That little Jewish dude was getting his ass kicked by his daddy.
Yep, that's what he went to. That's when he had that jail shit,
That's when he had to go to prison. That's when he had to go to jail.
and that's when he got
That's
beat up in prison. That's when he got beat up in prison too because they had the collar on him.
Yep.
And his daddy got it. He caught his daddy with a good one.
Boy.
I'm not gonna say it wasn't deserving because it was.
That was 90s storytelling. We didn't preach at you that it was wrong. We told you a story about what happened and what the end results of that shit can be.
That people will snap.
And he came back different. He did come back different. He was justice after that. Yeah, because he was sticking up for prisoners and everything else. But it was a different time, motherfucker.
That white boy came back with a kufi and some beanbags. He came back with my brother, my brother. But aren't you Jewish? See. We us do not Jew us because we are us. Okay.
And what was I gonna say? A good example of this shit being bad. I lost it because you were saying something else. A good example of this shit was Starfleet Academy. How Starfleet Academy. You can't be a fan of this shit and produce something like that. Starfleet Academy is the same way. You know, the woman writing this, most of it is a black woman, and she's supposedly a Star Trek fan. And listening to her on an interview talk about that shit, that it's hard to bring in the younger audience, and that was kind of the mandate that they were given to bring in that younger audience. A sister sitting up there saying she's the one writing the worst shit in Star Wars or Star Trek ever. And I'm sitting there looking at this shit. It's like, you've watched enough of these episodes to try to pull on episodes from DS9 or whatever, but your bastardized take on them to try to bring in some younger audiences is producing some of the worst Star Trek ever made.
Mm-hmm.
It's embarrassing to the whole fucking brand, and it has to be a black woman sitting there saying this shit to me. I'm like,
and guess who's gonna get the blame?
You are let down to science fiction writers who are black women everywhere. You are
guess who's gonna get the blame? And and guess what? They're gonna make that the Magnum Carta excuse of why they're not gonna hire black writers and artists.
Yeah, and the same excuse DC is using for not putting out these milestone comics if this one comic fails.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I said,
look, enough, we're not gonna do these no more. Then stop doing them, motherfucker.
Stop at some point, because it's like this. If you love something,
stop doing it and give up the license to somebody else who will actually put some love into it.
Yeah, it's the same thing I thought. It's the same way I tell people about parenting. You can't tell me that you're a good parent if you don't cultivate the child.
No.
And what you're finding in media is that if you're not excited writing and creating this shit, why should I be?
No. Why am I going to be excited watching it? You had no excitement going into it.
Like
a mediocre blowjob. Bitch, if you ain't excited to do this shit, don't do it. It's not going to feel any good to me or you.
Yeah,
don't matter if the parts come together at all.
It's like, hey, all I feel is nothing but teeth, Jaws. God damn.
Yeah.
My thing is, quit trying to write
There you go,
to
Herb.
get audiences, man. Just fucking tell the damn story. Write
Say
the
that again.
story that you want to write. If you had the opportunity as the
They
writer to
do,
write
and
Star,
they suck.
what
Say that shit
what's the
again.
mandate? But they always add the mandate element to it. I said, do you not know how to say no, motherfucker, and just say no? Don't think that's gonna work. Like,
It,
just say fucking no and go. If they don't fire you, cool. You in the social media era, you can put this shit,
You can,
your
you can,
story on YouTube, and they'll make and get subscribers and make money that damn way.
but that takes work and time. This is the two things people don't want to do. They don't want to put the time in. They don't want to put the work in. They want it to be easy and microwavable. And yes, this was the older brother from the Power Packs family did end up on the New Warriors team for a hot minute. And he just called himself Power Packs because he took his other younger siblings' powers all into himself and wasn't giving them back.
yeah.
So they was mad as fuck at his ass. Like, motherfucker, you took all our powers.
The Power Pack was the shit in the 80s, man.
Yeah. Power Pack was siblings with their little sentient ship or whatever, but they each had a power. And then they could take from each other, right? So he took all of them into himself and then give them back to the younger kids.
Yeah.
They was heated.
Yeah.
This is Turbo. Excuse me, Speedball with the long hair, Firestar, Justice, and then that's when Scarlet Spider came in because it had this maximum clonage tie-in bullshit.
Yeah. Even though
clonage. I fucking hate clonage.
The only thing that unites comic book fans, the Clone Saga. Hated by everybody.
And just as my last little bit, I'll give y'all on the New Warriors. This is Hindsight Lad. This is Hindsight Lad when he showed up. But even that character had an arc and got better. So when you think of a guy in the chair now as a standard for some heroes, that's Hindsight Lad. That was in the 90s. That's who he became, the guy in the chair.
So, Oracle anybody? Oracle anybody?
Well, it's the person who's he's not the frontline fighter. He's in the back. He's support. He's hero support. If you watched Sky High,
yeah.
You need those characters too. You need your goddamn backup characters. Everybody can't be on the front line looking cool.
No, you need those characters who can crack into a system or something like that and get some computer information for you, or go do some grunt work while y'all in the middle of a fucking fight. You need that.
Even Frank Castle needed Micro.
No shit.
And Micro came out with clutch for him a couple of times. A lot of times, actually.
Look, because Frank Castle ain't invulnerable. You know that, right? He get hurt. You get hurt. It's like Batman going out there fighting criminals every night. You get hurt.
You get hurt.
You get hurt. You need somebody there who can stitch you up when your ass cripple, or come drive the car to pick you up. You're like, I'm in the ditch, Alfred. Come and get me. I'll be right there, Master Wayne. Motherfucker.
Sure thing, Master Bruce.
I was doing a lot
and being as sarcastic with the jokes as any other character.
Mm-hmm. And guess what? Alfred will tell Bruce about himself.
He will.
I remember when it was, I forgot who broke into the mansion, and Alfred brought out a fucking shotgun. He brought out a fucking Benelli. And Bruce was like, I don't believe in guns. He said, yeah, whatever. That's your rule, not mine.
Yeah.
He said, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not a 6'2", 230-pound muscular ninja with billion-dollar gadgets everywhere. I'm just an old butler with a shotgun. Get out of here. Now go get him. No, I didn't kill him. I just used rubber bullets. Now get him out of here before he stays on my carpet.
Where's Herb at? Herb, you remember Nova's original costume? I like how things change up, right? Now, here's the litmus test of how bad the New Warriors comics have been since this original run. This original run ran for damn near 75 issues. New ones can't last a year or two. 24. Can't get over 30. They shit.
8 to 10 issues.
Trash.
That's
trash.
Then they're relaunching the series 6 months later,
Starting it
and the
over.
shit don't. That's what's also fucking up comics now is like you got too many goddamn issue number ones. If it was already a lot of issue number ones before, you were doing it way more now, and it's always
they keep trying to trick you into buying the shit again because the culture of people reading comic books changed so much that they only believe something is valuable if it has a number one on it. So they'll start a new arc. And because they started a new story arc to get those people in to buy the comic, they'll throw a number one on that bitch. And then people are running there to buy it thinking, oh, I got the number one of something. No, you got the first of this story arc, not the number one book. It's still 342. It's still 350, 53.
You got issue one of volume 17, player.
Yeah. Some other story that doesn't even fucking matter whatsoever. But yeah, it had a number one on it. Thanks for being stupid. You bought it because it had a number one on it and thought you got a collector's item. No, we don't even know what the story is going to be yet. It's not important. The one don't matter.
You might not even put it out.
There you go. Development for the Speedball character. You ever heard of Dark Ball, Charles? You know anything about Dark Ball?
Nope.
Good development that happened with that character. They threw that shit away and turned him back into that goofy ass shit that we saw.
What did I tell you about Marvel and DC? Where your favorite heroes go to die.
Mm-mm.
I mean, you know who one of my favorite all-time characters in Marvel or DC? Marvel's Ares.
Yeah.
Marvel's Ares was one of my. Matter of fact, he's right there on my shelf, right there. You have a single father god who was working construction because he wanted to teach his son a new way. He stopped being a villain. He wanted to. When you brought him in, the Mighty Avengers, you were giving him a different character arc from Mighty Avengers to what do they call them? When
Diversity Squad.
well, you know the villain of
Dark Reign.
Yeah, the Dark Avengers. When he was part of the Dark Avengers and he had his relationship with his son. Great story, great power set. You saw him stand up for shit. Don't lie to that motherfucker because he would put a fucking battle axe to your skull. And what happened was after Siege, you just let the motherfucker go. You could have had his own issue. Okay, you had a great issue when he was asked by Norman Osborn to train an elite unit. And he said no, because guess what usually happens to my elite units? They die. What happened to this unit? They believe so much in his cause, they gave up their lives for the mission. And you find out why he's like that, where he had to go and kill his own son. The characters that are most intriguing, you really fuck the ball up with. Like, god damn, like you have me loving this character. Like, I don't know if you've been reading the latest shit about Storm and they're trying to make her like the most powerful mutant ever and all this other shit.
She's a goddess now, apparently.
Yeah, Black Girl Magic on steroids. Yeah, they really unlatched on the Storm to try to elevate her way. I wouldn't say above her station. I like Storm. I know Storm could be powerful. She should be a powerful character. She needed to have her due for a while, but levels that they pushing this motherfucker is like, dude, is this the WWE? Are we ready for the WrestleMania run of Storm?
So we doing the Roman Reigns Storm?
Yeah, we waiting for the road to WrestleMania for Storm. Like, holy shit, y'all.
Here's my thing. I know that she's powerful, but she was never on the level of Thor.
No, because that look, you push it to that level, and the first thing I say is, okay, so where does she rank it next to Photon? Monica Rambeau. Where does she rank next to her? Because Monica Rambeau has actually fought Odin.
Mm-hmm.
So where does Storm fall in all of that as just a mutant with weather manipulation? Let's not get carried away.
Yeah, it's called bad, right? It's called bad writing, and you're telling me she can make the atmosphere so powerful she can make Thor's ears bleed. A motherfucker that regularly slapbox with the Hulk.
Well, Charles, is what you said about
My Roswell beating, just so you
the
know.
Dragon Ball cation of every goddamn thing, where everybody's power scale to
If,
these astronomical levels and shit.
if you hear anybody else use that shit, you know where you heard it first. It was said on
Charles
this
said
channel.
it. Charles said
I
it.
said
I'm saying it right now. Quoting Charles, you fuckers that like to steal shit.
yeah, you quote him Charles. Just tell him. Just say it. You quote him
The Dragon Ball cation of this fucking power scale. See, you're ruining.
Dragon Ballification.
Well, that's what it is. It's the power scaling, and it's like, yo, I might even hold a panel at BlurCon and talk about comics after 40, what we love and what we fucking hate. And I would actually say, you young motherfuckers who are like 30 and below, you ruined fucking comics and anime for everybody. Because you
Yeah.
want everybody to be so goddamn powerful. You never got a chance to see why we be loved. I said, for goddamn sake, Snarf saved the fucking whole Thundercats by himself one time. But he had to use ingenuity. But what you said earlier, which you said Beastly and Artisan, which you said was very touching. Circular, circle. Everybody put your circles in the air. What you see in the real world is what you get in the imaginary, or vice versa. Meaning, because you lack ingenuity, you can't see a character with it. So guess what? How does this character defeat this great villain even though they have nowhere near the level of power? So you're saying, okay, Captain America beat the Hulk one time. He didn't do it with physical force. He had to outsmart him. So, with all that being said, if you're looking at power scaling, I better not ever hear somebody say Batman can beat Superman. Then, by your logic,
Well, by that logic, he never can because he doesn't have a power. And
exactly,
Superman has all of them. So, no, he can never win. He'd never be.
exactly. And with that being said, some of your most compelling arcs is when your heroes don't have the powers to depend on.
Yes. Yes.
Some characters, like I've said this about Superman before, that the way you make him interesting is you take his powers away from him. Well, even if you took his powers, it's mostly his invulnerability, which is the fantasy for people loving Superman. It's the invulnerability, the ability to be able to do everything and not be hurt by everything like you are in the real world.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's why it became that complex, the Superman fantasy, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's a psychological term. You want to be invulnerable. You want to do all this shit. Like you were saying earlier, Charles, I don't think of being a superhero to be some fat chick.
No,
No.
no.
I
You
don't
don't look
believe that my fantasy vision of being a superhero is somebody bulbous as fuck.
no.
No. You
But
better
if
you
you,
better be Baldor or something like that, or Heimdall. Heimdall. What's the
yeah,
other dude in the Warriors 3?
Volstagg,
You better be at Volstagg. Thank you. You better be Volstagg, nigga. Because even Volstagg got to be War Thor. Okay, so
yeah, yeah, exactly. That was a kick ass. Once again, another kick ass character.
right. That's not the fantasy. That is not the fantasy.
It's like I've said this real quick. The closest things we have to superheroes in the real world are your police, your fire, your paramedics, EMTs, your nurses and doctors, right?
Military.
Your military. Those are your closest, and we could also say your sanitation engineers and your fixers and builders to a large point.
It can be.
So when you're in danger, but we're going to go by the immediate threat danger. Do you want a cop who's huffing and puffing to get to you, or you want the meanest, dragged out motherfucker you can find?
I want somebody in shape. I can tell you that much.
You want somebody who's strong enough to pull you out of something or fight something off that's trying to harm you. And when people say, well, that person loves their body, and I've always said this to a lot of people, and I said, I'm not always in the best of shape or the best of feeling, but I try my damnedest to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I said, And I was telling one of my exes, her son's 14. He's projected to be 6'2" or some shit. I said, well, go get him starting lifting weights now. You'll
To,
thank me later.
to shape it.
You know, he starts like, I just told you what the doctor, I know what the doctor said. I'm telling you as a guy, tell him to get into weight training now because when he gets older, it's going to be harder.
hmm
You want to build the muscle early so you'll have it longer.
Yeah,
Don't wait till you're damn.
when he gets 60, is he gonna need a fucking walker to stand up straight?
Exactly. But of course, I'm talking to a female, so the
Of course.
Starship Enterprise food fucking left over her head. And
She
this
jumped
is
on
gonna
she jumped on the Athena and not the Enterprise.
exactly. And this is the fucked up part. When you're in danger and your son can't lift that heavy object off of you or pull you, women don't get with a lot of shit that I say till they get in danger. And they're like, why should we be able to? And there were times in Iraq, one of the commanders asked if I could teach a self defense for ladies, because guess what? You never know when you got these Iraqi people working on shit. You never know if they might put you in a headlock and drag you somewhere. You know how to defend. Why do we got to be dirty and do this? I said, you know why? So I grabbed her by her throat and dragged her. Like I literally had her by one hand by her throat and dragged her to a building. Could you get to your gun at any time? No. I said it was hard. You're thinking about breathing. And if I really wanted to, I could have put you unconscious before anybody could do anything. And I said, but did you think about what was on your person that you could use besides your gun if you couldn't get to it? Did you ever think about jabbing my eyes with your thumbs? Biting my fingers, biting my carotids, doing some really, how badly do you want to survive? And she was like, nah, I see what you're talking about. And that's the way I look at superheroes. I want the idealized motherfucker. I want that woman to look like Wonder Woman. I don't want my reality. It's bad enough. I love I love black women. I date only black women. I'm not knocking anybody who's ever done interracial. We'll make jokes about it. That's because we're boys. But it's nothing personal because I respect your choice. But I got to deal with the most. And I was telling my friend earlier, I said, when I grew up in the 2000s, coming out of high school, I graduated in 2000. Even in Baltimore, for every 10 chicks, you only saw one that was obese. I mean, beautiful women who lived in the city, beautiful figures. Now, for every 10 chicks, 11 of them are obese.
No, it's reversed. One of them is in shape.
Yeah. And I said, it's rare that I compliment a chick for thank you for being in shape. You look so beautiful. We need to stop lying to people. And one thing about our fictional characters, do you know what they motivated us to do? To be the best versions of ourselves, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. When you saw your favorite hero go through a trial or lift a heavy thing, what did you want to do? You wanted to emulate that shit. You picked up your toy and act like it weighed 1,000 pounds, and you. Now, why do you think all these kids don't touch grass?
Because they had bloated mamas that kept their ass in the house. I'm trying
Yep.
to keep them safe. No, you're trying to keep them weak.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you one of the saddest stories before I get off and shower and go see
Yeah,
one.
I forgot. I got league at 2 o'clock, so it's 1 o'clock here. So
Yeah,
I got to
so
get back to my pool league. I got my team. It's Sticks and Bones Day.
they call your nickname is Sticks, right? You be training like blind ninjas and shit. But it's the fact of the matter, and I didn't know how bad it was for the not only the Dragon Ballization, but also the pussification of America.
Oh yeah.
You should not have one of your best friends for now. What year is this? 30 years we've been friends. You should not have one of the conversations of how I talked to my son on defending himself because I've never been in a physical fight. And I said, dude, we're going to joke you a little bit because we're your boys, but we're going to take you seriously. You could have brought him here. I box, I did MMA and wrestle. I'm a wrestling coach. God damn. I mean, my son boxes. You could have just got the lessons for free. I even had a chick who I was dating in North Carolina. Her youngest son was getting bullied. I said, do yourself a favor, bring your son up here for a week. Can he go back down there? He's gonna be a fucking monster. Well, I said, whatever. Let him keep getting bullied. And then you do it your way and notice how many times you look at the statistics of single mothers and how many times you get mass murderers and psychopaths and school shooters from that group because you don't teach him how to defend himself without a weapon.
A
Weapons
lot.
are cool. And this is what I told her. Then now you want to listen to me. I said, you got to understand something. How do you in our culture, go fight the bully. Nobody ever talks about how to do so.
Well, that's the problem. That was my biggest thing with growing up. A lot of stuff, and like I've told you guys before, I had a single mother. It is what the fuck it is. But my thing was that a lot of stuff was not explained. You just say to do things, but you have no actual explanation on how to do that shit. The only rubric was I'd get in trouble if I went too far. Well, what the fuck is too far?
Yeah.
I mean, look, man, don't be mad at me because I don't know where the barriers are that you never actually could set up.
Yeah.
Yep. I always say, where's the line? Because people,
Shit, the
you
line is
want them to
where
tell.
motherfuckers want to quit, apparently. So
Yeah.
if you don't want to quit, then here we go.
Because I even as an adult, when I talk to younger kids, I hate giving advice on shit that I don't know how to do because I hated as a kid when people said, "Well, you need to do this and you need to do that," but I always pointed out like,
Yeah.
"Well, how do I do that?" It's just one thing to say you need to have because I used to tell them when I was young, you need to get a work ethic. Well, how the fuck do I get a work ethic? Nobody is showing me. You can give me of all these examples, but until you actually give me a step by step plan on what I need to do. Like it's so much shit that as I got older that I'm having to relearn, and they wonder why I give so much pushback to the elders in my family. I say it's because there's certain shit that I've had to learn on my own that y'all didn't teach me.
Mm-hmm. And there's conversations we have to have with our kids. There's stuff that my son's 18 now. Like I don't have a child anymore, and there's stuff that I could talk to him about openly. And there's some things I'm teaching him that I couldn't teach him when he was younger till he got to that level of understanding. And there's some things he caught on quick. Some things I had to give time. And see, the one thing we don't want to talk about in our community is being a fucking hypocrite. And we got plenty of those. And I told people like you,
There's no shortage of hypocrites in the black community. Trust me.
yeah. And I told him I said the administration got mad one time. My son got in a fight, and I said, okay, tell me the story. Give me the sit rep. Six guys was going to jump on his friend. He intervened. The next day, instead of six people, 40 people came to the school, and they had to lock down the school, but they already sent my son home. I laughed about it. Maybe because of my sixth sense of humor. I was like, God damn, how many did you drop? And I was like, look, I've been in enough bar fights with my soldier buddies and cop friends. I grab labor for shit that I would do. So this is the reason why my friend asked me, do you believe in equality? I said, no, it's the biggest lie we tell our kids. What you're a two-time Hall of Famer. I'm a multiple-time champion. There's no fuck was how many people were literally equal to us? Not many, if any. Thank you. So there's no equality. I said, so are you ever going to lift anything remarkably close to me? No. Am I going to get on a bike and run as long as you can? Probably not. Even after your treatments for cancer, because your body's attuned to that. I got to work my way up to that. So there's no equality. So in other words, we need to stop saying equality and just be the best. And going back full circle before I get out of here and shower and smell real good, to lighten things up.
Get on his
Um,
Ric Flair. Woo! I'm gonna smell
woo,
real good. And
woo, smell good. I smell great. I feel great. I piss greatness. I defecate amazing. Oh man, shit. I'm the shit talking dirty walker. Woo! Oh yeah. But before I end off with this one, I'm gonna just say this. The reason why I always like the ideal of the idealized man and woman is because they're the best of us.
yes,
They're
that,
supposed to represent the best, that you can be this, you can achieve this. When
that's
you
the
start,
aspiration. That's the
yeah,
aspirational point of comic book characters.
yeah.
It just literary or heroes and whatnot in general. It's the aspirational thing. This is what I aspire to be or to try to achieve. Why do I need that torn down to look like everyday regular people? That's
I just was even during your thing. I was lifting weights.
Mhm.
I don't like. I think I look like everybody else till people pointed out to me. No, you don't look
You big.
like everybody. Like it's one time I'm just showing somebody like just the arm, using my arm as an example, and they're like, "Jesus Christ, you got a big ass arm," and it dawns on me because I'm so used to it. But you got to look at the people I trained with. I trained when I was wrestling. When I really got into weight training from wrestling, I wrestled. It's funny because you had to be in a 300 club. Like I've known guys who was 150 pounds could bench 300 pounds, which to me, I didn't know that was like basically
Pop.
superhuman strength.
Yeah. Didn't know that was possible. Like, wait, you can lift 300 and not be 300? Yes, nigga.
Yeah,
That's
I didn't know,
great.
and it was like,
Oh,
and I didn't know that was basically like superhuman. Like, when I went to the gym and I'm lifting 5 to 5'10", I'm like, everybody stopped at the gym and looking at me. I'm like, anybody can do this shit, and they
Well,
had to
see,
tell
that
me.
was the thing with me, Charles, with lifting and stuff like that. When I worked out regular, I told you I never wanted to be big. I'm like
"Mm,
5'11". I never wanted to be big. I didn't want to be big and bulky, but I was always naturally strong, and I like being really strong.
Yeah,
Like grab a motherfucker, and they like, oh, wait a minute, like
they give you
like my
that. They
buddy
give you
said,
that. Oh, whoa, let's talk about it. Look,
my
let's
buddy
talk
said
about
he
it, my
grabbed a
brother.
big buff dude, and he grabbed that big buff dude, and he felt him just go limp in his hands, like, oh, like the whole bitch just
Mhm.
came out of him. Like, yeah, I don't have to look like shit. I don't have to look like anything. But
Yeah,
let a motherfucker get a hold of you, you find like, oh shit, I done fucked around with the wrong, I done fucked around with the wrong shit. This was not what I thought it was. Somebody sold me a bill of goods. I'm sorry, bro.
yeah. You're right. You're right, Toya. Zane, well, who's that? Not Toya. Zayna Bear is built like a female superhero. She's actually hilarious. And when she's not on her, even though sometimes she gets on her little feminist little kick,
Yeah,
but
flow,
but
flow, yeah.
I'll end off with that one because I tell people the motivation is that me and my boys had a joke when we go to cons. You just don't want to just dress up as your favorite superhero. You want to be built like that motherfucker.
No shit.
And I think we took away that warriorship from young boys, especially, and we shit on them. That's why I said you see the boys getting smaller and the girls getting bigger and overweight. And
And
I
murder.
said, and I tell people this, if you have a daughter, and people think I'm mean for saying this, but I'm very pragmatic and realistic. We got sports and activities for guys who are a bit big, like football and rugby and other shit. But if you're an overweight chick, it's very hard for you. You're
Oh,
you're dating, you're
you
dating.
I would always accept one or two. That's just like
Mhm.
Italian. Like one of my favorite movies, Stand By Me. Who's the fat kid in Stand By Me? Jerry O'Connell, right? Well, Jerry O'Connell grew up to be buff as shit,
Mhm.
but he was the fat kid at one time. But in that group, he was still there, one of the members of the group. There's always can
Yeah,
be one fat kid,
yeah,
but
it's gonna be one factor.
you everybody can't be the fat kid.
No,
That's just not what is. That's not how life actually works.
that's not the norm.
That's not norm. Like, and I'm not saying everybody has to be thin because I don't want to be no just straight salad eating motherfucker either. I don't. I'm not
There
gonna
has
spend
to be a
my whole life
balance.
on a treadmill. I'm not. But fit is I hate to say the standard, but fit is the norm.
Hmm.
Obesity is on one end and over exercising is on the other end. Most of us is average, which means most of us is going to be somewhere close to thin. Somewhere close to that. This obesity shit is not the norm. It shouldn't be.
No,
It's not healthy for anybody.
it
Anybody.
should be cast out, and it should be like, look, when you have an aunt who died of obesity issues when one of her legs was amputated, high blood pressure, all that shit that goes with it, and this is after she had her surgery. That shit hits home when you realize that There's certain shit. My father, he'll be 70 next year. His birthday just passed this month. Last month, like the 21st, and he doesn't eat some of the shit. He's lost weight, and this is a guy who's almost 70. What's the excuse for 20-year-olds?
Well, there is no excuse and there's no one to blame when you realize you're responsible for what you put into your mouth. It's on you. After a point, after you out of mama's house and mama's not just making you tater tots and chicken nuggets all the time, it's your choice. That was a bad habit you learned, yeah. But now it is your choice. You living in your body. You know how it feels. I'm about 270 something now, 279. This is the heaviest I've ever been in my life. I do not like it. I can feel it. I can feel it. And I'm strong, but I can feel it. It does not feel good. It does not feel right. That tells me it's not natural for my body.
Yeah.
It tells me that that's not normal. My body doesn't like it that way. Like I'm telling you, I have knee pains. Like, oh shit, maybe I'm just old. No, maybe you're just fat. You need to exercise more, you big bitch. That's how I talk to myself. That's how I talk to myself. Like, no, get your fat ass and start. Look, you got a whole weight bench. Get on it.
And
Shout out to David Goggins for the inspiration.
Shout out to David Goggins. Yeah, get on it. What are you doing?
And I'm gonna tell people before I get the fuck off here. I know I said that 15 minutes ago, but look,
I'm gonna get off eventually.
ladies and gentlemen, get your body right, get your money right, get your soul right, get your mind right. Everything will be all right. And I'm gonna tell you what. One of the narratives that you heard me say 11, damn near 12 years in this space, be the goddamn hero of your narrative. I've done it physically, now literary. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not saying you got to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Get up and walk. Buy lightweights from Amazon. Buy a pair of 10s, 15s, 20s if you have it. Get some resistance bands. Get an exercise bike. Go for the walk. Go touch grass. Go get some motivation. Look, you'll thank yourself. You'll live a better quality of life. Be the hero. Don't listen to these motherfuckers that saying this is the new. No. It never will be. Your health and wealth. Guess what? Some of you chicks may be 200 pounds, but you better be, you know, mostly muscle and 6 foot or 5'11".
Be
So
200 pounds, but I'll tell you this: don't be 200 pounds and have a stank attitude.
yeah, don't have a stank attitude.
Work on
Work on something. Same thing with the fellas. Guess what? You know, there are guys I know in their 70s and 80s who still run. What's your excuse? I'm looking at 20-year-olds. You can't do 10 push-ups?
There you go, Herb. Look, I got embarrassed in the gym by a big white girl on a treadmill. Nigga, I couldn't keep up with the time that she was pinning on a treadmill. I was smaller than her. I was embarrassed. And I should be. Because at least her cardio is right.
Mm-hmm.
At least her cardio is right. She may look like 10 pounds of jelly jiggling along, but she 10 pounds of jelly running down that goddamn treadmill, and I'm sitting there.
But guess what?
But that's what embarrassment will teach you some shit about life. You need to step your game.
And I'm glad you said that because embarrassment experience is a pretty damn good teacher. Let me get out of here. Always, go beyond plus ultra. Woo!
Plus ultra. Charles Faulkner, the all might of this shit. Appreciate you, Charles, coming through, getting to chop it up with you again. And if you had told me earlier about that shit, I probably still wouldn't have been able to make. You did tell me earlier. You told me last year about BlurCon. I was supposed to have this shit on my calendar about when BlurCon was coming up. Fuck it. That just means if I come to the East Coast, I just get to hang out. I don't get to go to a con. It's con season now. It's March. So they coming up. I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna see. I gotta see about going back to one back east. Could be some fun. Could be some fun to be on the East Coast. BC Nerd, Texas bar, brisket on the board. What's up? What you got? Final thoughts. I got to get out of here and get to my team because I've practiced playing pool, but I haven't played with one of my teams in 2 weeks, and it's Sticks and Bones Day, so it is time My teammate Sylvester teased me right now. This motherfucker put the Michael Jackson in there talking about when I said I'm showing up. He said, "I'll be there." Sylvester's a
So
trick. Like, yeah, I put the Fast Eddie Filson in there. It's like, yeah, hey, I'm back. Let's get
final
it.
thoughts. Final thoughts. It would be fuck your feelings, man. Just
Oh,
stop
I thought
trying to
you were
take
talking to me.
everything. Stop taking everything personal and just get back to the entertainment portion of this shit. Look, you can have your little social commentary, but figure out how to do it through storytelling the right way. How all this shit from the past used to tell us. You know, like the boy who cried wolf had a message. The message wasn't
It was
on
a
the
message.
nose. You had to actually listen to the damn story to decipher the message and stuff. That's all. Yeah, but that's it. But I'm gonna get up out of here too as well. So peace to y'all.
Peace to the beast. Are we playing a fishbowl today? Man, you think some thrown together team is going to. Oh, I got the league operator on the fishbowl team. And this husband and wife duo. The wife is cute as shit, too. She fine. He should have married her. She fine as fuck. I got Al on this team? Since when? Fuck it. It's time to go to Sticks and Bones League tonight, y'all. So I gotta get out of here. But this has been the Hero's Journey. This is the first stream for the new year of the Hero's Journey. If you've paying attention, you saw the number updated. We made that set, and we're on to the next set. Since I explained it, I should have explained that shit to you. If you like my attire, my nice little Bucky's work shirt, which is not cotton, it's actually some breathable, stretchy fabric. I don't even know what this shit is. But it's really light and airy, so you don't get all hot and shit. It feels nice on the skin. Just saying. If you're ever in Texas or somewhere where they have a Bucky's, why don't you roll through and find that shit? Because I'm wearing this today. This was my playing gear for tomorrow. Yesterday. I'm wearing it today too, because I don't give a fuck. I'm going to grab my sticks. I'm going to shoot some pool. Thank you guys for coming through today on this brand new stream on the first. I was going to play Bone Thugs at Harmony, but I didn't want that copyright for the first of the month, and we wasn't talking about getting no checks. Whatever. But since I don't work tomorrow, it's Sunday, and I'm playing pool today, I might have me a couple drinks tonight to actually have a weekend and get ready for the new role, the new journey in my life. So I'm back. I don't know for how many weeks, because I have 2 weeks of training I have to go to. And that training will be down in the San Diego area, I believe. So you may get some streams from somewhere else for 2 weeks, whenever that happens. But they'll figure all that out this week. It can't be this weekend, though, because I got my regional tournament, and I'm not missing that shit. So we going to have to take a pause or something. But I got to play in my regionals. Represent for my league, my teams, and myself. So this has been the Hero's Journey. I do this every Sunday from 8 a.m. Pacific time until I feel like stopping, or at least before 2 o'clock. So, till then, have a great day. And I didn't bring up any of this shit yet. I gotta go to the bathroom. I will see you guys next time. Peace.